Welcome to this complete walkthrough of StayScape, a modern production-ready Airbnb-style booking platform built with the latest versions of Next.js, React, Prisma, and Neon PostgreSQL. This is a full-stack TypeScript application that demonstrates real-world patterns for authentication, database management, file uploads, and dynamic search filtering. This video is structured as a progressive build story. We'll start with the project setup and environment configuration, then move through the database layer, authentication, core pages, shared components, and finally the booking and hosting features. By the end, you'll understand how every major piece of StayScape works, from the Prisma schema to the server actions, from the navbar to the listing detail page, and from the booking form to the host dashboard. Let's get started. Let me walk you through how the project looks. This is the home page of our project, StayScape. As you can see, we have a beautiful navbar and a hero section that contains the booking form. Here we have three sections, just like the Airbnb website. We have where, when, and who. So if you click on where, you get to choose the location where you want to travel. For example, let's say New York, United States. When part shows you the from date and to date. So this shows you your current date, which is 17, and to the 20th here, or you can go all the way here. So I'm gonna go for 17 to 20 for now, let's say. Click outside the box and you can see you have when dates here. Then you get to see the who. So here you choose how many guests are going to stay in. So adults, let's say 2. Children, let's say 2. Infants, let's say 1. And you have 5 guests in total. So now if you search, that gives you only the list that meets your criteria of search, and you can even filter that. And also it shows you here showing stays for 2 adults, 2 children, 1 infant, and this shows you your stay from 17 to 20 and location whatever you have picked up here. And if you choose like scenic views, you get to see one property there. Beachfront has 1, guest favorites has 1, cabins has 1, and countryside stays has nothing in it. And if you scroll, like holding your shift and mouse wheel, lakefront has nothing, historic homes has nothing, and ski in and out has nothing. So you get to see this clear filter button when you have selected any of this. So you click on that, that clears everything. And here you can search again, and that's going to give you the list back. Here you have a beautiful, nice looking footer. And if you click on any one of these, for example, this one, there's this skeleton loading that I have implemented. You're going to learn that too. You have this nice looking image. This is a demo stay because I have configured it for the video. This is just some demo data. When somebody has an account and he add that information, he add properties, that no longer is going to display demo data. You have a title, everything here, and nice looking your amenities here. You have booking details, some description about it, recent reservation if that property has any. Otherwise this whole section is going to be removed if it has none. And then you have a nice looking map here as well. You cannot, of course, book it unless you're signed in. So let's do that. Let's sign up for it for first. So I'm gonna go create account. Here you have a nice looking uh, sign up page. You have a nice looking sign in page. You also have a start hosting, but it won't let you go to that page because that is restricted and that is only available to the member users. And so you have to sign in first. So let's create an account first. I'm gonna go with create with Google for now because that's easier. Let's click on continue with Google here, and this is going to sign me up. There you go. I'm logged in already. And the reason is because I am logged in using only my Gmail account, one Gmail account. If I had more, this is gonna show me a little screen here where I get to choose which account I would like to sign up for, and we go from there, right? So I'm logged in. We see these buttons here. We have bookings, a nice skeleton where I have basically this stay here, and I can go for start hosting here, and it shows me my hosting page, my dashboard, where how many active listings I have, what's the night rate average, what's total guest capacity I have based on the properties that I have added so far. Here is a creating list. Actually, let's do one listing here for the demonstration. So I'm gonna click here on the title, and I'm gonna go for South Beach Check Studio. Category is going to be apartment, and here in this I'm gonna go for images, and I have these three images. I'm gonna drop them here on the images. Must be four images. Okay, so okay, which one is bigger? This one is bigger, and okay, let's not use the bigger one. Let's drop these two here. So that's one thing that we have limited our uh, gallery, our image section, to just take only 4 MB max image size. Now for the description, I already have copied the description, so I'm gonna put that here. Location is going to be Miami, United States, and price per night is going to be, let's say, 200. Guests are going to be 5, and rooms are going to be 2. Bathrooms are 2, let's say. And now I'm gonna publish listing. So let's see. There you go. We get to see the listing here, and we have the image. Nice looking your listing here. If I refresh, everything is preserved because we already have this in our database. Now everything is configured with the database. So you have active listings, you have average nightly rate, you have total capacity of your guests. If you had more listings, that's gonna add up on that. So here you can edit. If you click on that, you can edit. You can change the title, its category, listing, everything, basically everything. You can edit everything. Go back to hosting dashboard there. This shows you everything. You can delete that, or you can click on that, and that's gonna show you your listing from the database. And since you have 2 images picked up for this one, that's gonna show you a slider there. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So nice looking slider there. And now since we are logged in, it's gonna show us uh, the check-in, checkout, and the guest calculator and processing fee and all that, and also a reserve now button. So I'm gonna go to the home page. I'm gonna pick this one, for example, and here I'm gonna add check-in date. So that is going to be 17 to 20. Okay, I'm done. That's 17, that's 20. And now here I'm gonna go for adults to 2. And by the way, max guests that this property can have is 6. So if I try to do, let's say, 4 adults and 2 kids and 1 in, I no longer can do that. I only can decrease, but I cannot increase the value. If I decrease 1 here, I can add 1 here, but again, since we have 6 kids, I cannot add more. So that's another thing there. So 2, 2, and 1. So that's total of 5, right? And that's 280 per night. We have 3 nights, that's 840, and a processing fee of 8%, that's 67. And now I can reserve now. If I click on that, that's gonna put everything into the database and all that. So booking confirmed. You can manage it from your booking page, of course. And this basically shows that you already have booked in case you wanna book. You're going to book it for again. So if I go to the bookings page now, here There you go. Your reservations, we have two. And this one is active. This one is past. That's just gone, right? Those dates are gone. That's why. That's the little nice feature we have that here. It also shows you that once the reservation is still active or it's just gone. So this is active, your dates, right? And also booking total. And also it's going to share, you can cancel your reservation and all that. So that's really brilliant. So that's StayScape, guys. So let's get started and start building this wonderful application. Open up your terminal and let's check where we are. Let's go to desktop, and here let's create YouTube, CT YouTube. And now in here, let's go npx create next app and latest, and we're gonna go with Airbnb clone. So let's go here, customize settings. So TypeScript, yes. ESLint, yes. React compiler, no. Tailwind CSS, of course. Source directory, yes. App router, yes. And import alias, no and no. So it's gonna take a few seconds. All right, this has been installed, and now let's go to cd Airbnb clone. There we are, and code. Let's open that up. Here we are inside our project. First of all, let's check if everything is good. So let's go for npm run dev, and 3000. I'm gonna go for here localhost 3000. All right, that means we are running, and now I'm gonna minimize, actually, yeah, I'm gonna minimize it a little. Okay, so right now, the very first thing that I would like to do is I would like to install some packages that we're gonna need for this application, right? So let's do that. Let's open this up here, and I'm gonna cancel this with Control C, okay? Or you could just, of course, open a new terminal here, but you always end up restarting your server. So yeah, it's better to do it this way. Okay, so I'm gonna go for npm install or npm I simply. Yes, you can go for that. I'm gonna install a lot of packages, right? So just stay with me. npm I auth Prisma adapter. That's the one. Second one is Prisma adapter Neon, and then Prisma client. Let's install all of this. Let's click enter. Yeah, sorry. This needs to be slash. Let's install that. Let's install the few next ones. So npm I add hook form slash resolvers. Let's do that. npm I neon database slash serverless. Let's do that. Sorry, 1 second. I need to put and here. Neon database slash serverless. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that has been installed. npm I add 10 stack slash react dash query. Let's actually do that. Oops, there was a typo. So I'm gonna go for npm I add 10 stack slash react dash query. Let's install that. And now let's install npm I add 10 stack slash react dash query dash dev tools. So let's go for that. Okay, that has been installed. Now let's install our upload thing. So npm I add upload thing slash react. And now npm I, let's do a few in just one single command. So npm I b script.js clsx date dash fns lucid dash react and next dash auth. Then we have also Prisma. Then we also have React dash day dash picker. We have React dash hook dash forum. We also have Tailwind dash merge. And we also have upload thing. We also have WS and we also have Zod. So let's see. Hopefully we do not have any typo there. All right. Those things did install. So npm I dash capital D. Now we're gonna install our dev dependencies. There's only a few, don't worry. Okay, so there's first auto prefixer, right? Then we have post CSS. Then we have TSX. Let me check if we already have uh, post CSX or not. Yeah, that's not there. So TSX. Okay, enter. Okay, we have all of these packages here inside our package.json file. TSX, PostCSS, everything is there. Awesome. Awesome. Perfect. So the file structure of our web application here is, first of all, we have this source directory. That is the directory where we're going to be spending most of our time. But before we dive into that, we have some configuration files. For example, we have this tsconfig file, where right now the target is ES 2017. That's what is there by default when you install an Next.js application. Just make sure that this strict needs to be true, and by default it is true. There's nothing else that you need to change here. Everything can stay the same. Then you have this post css.config.mjs. That is basically for the latest version of Tailwind CSS version 4. That is there. You do not need to change anything in there. Just keep it as it is. Then you have package.json file. That includes all of your packages that you have installed so far and their versions and all that. Okay, and then we have next.config.ts file, and here we're gonna be adding a few lines of code in a bit. So yeah, that's an important file. Then you have eslint.config.js file. You do not need to change anything in here. Okay, if you need to, I will let you know. So yeah, just letting you know, these files are there for the config. That's for the ESLint. There's for Next.js. There are going to be a few more for the Prisma as well. When we already have installed Prisma, but we haven't initiated that yet. So when we do, there are going to be a couple of more files and a few more directories. So yeah, I'm gonna walk you through every step of the way. Then we have this public, where you have all of these SVJs, but we are not going to use them because that is being used here on here. Actually, I closed this. Yeah. npm run dev. There you go. Now if you refresh, so these are basically those files. There's this Next.js, there are this little icon here, there's this little favicon here, so those are there. Okay, and right now I'm just gonna get rid of all of those. Delete. There you go. Then you go to the source directory. That's the heart of our directory or brain of our project. So yeah, Then you have this favicon.icon. I'm gonna just keep it there for now. And you have globals.css file. That is what holds the code for current implementation that is there. And I am going to get rid of everything. Yeah, get rid of everything. There you go. This is what it looks like right now. Then we have layout.tsx file. So layout.tsx file, basically Next.js has this app router. So you create a directory and you create a layout.tsx file there, and that is like a template that gets used for all of the page.tsx files in that directory, or its children directories as well, if they do not contain their own layout.tsx file. So that is like a template that get used everywhere. You put your Google fonts there, you put your meta there. There's a lot of things that you can do with layout.tsx, because that's like a parent template that gets you through all page.tsx files. Okay, we are not going to make any changes to this yet, but we will do in a bit. And then we have page.tsx file. That is what you see here. Yeah, that is what you see here. So let's say if I get back here, okay, I'm going to close it for now. And that's the file structure that we currently have. And now we're going to keep on adding files and other stuff to build our application. Before we start building our application, we need to make sure that the configuration of our project is completely done. And for that, let's go to our next.config.ts file. And here, I'm gonna start writing some hosts that we're gonna use to display some images in there. So images, this is an object. Then we have remote patrons. You open that, and this is an array. Now you go inside, and here you have an object, and that object is protocol HTTPS. And you have a host name that is going to be images.unsplash.com. So this is the server that we're going to use to display some images on our application. So basically, we are whitelisting those servers that we're going to use. Then we have another object. So protocol, that is again HTTPS. And here we have host name, that is going to be utfs.io. There you go. Let's go for another one. Protocol HTTPS host name, that goes asterisk key, which you do shift it, then .ufs.sh. All right. Let's go for another. Protocol HTTPS host name, and you go for i.dummyjson.com. Let's go for another one, and that is going to be protocol HTTPS. And here we put host name, that is going to be cdn.dummyjson.com. And let's go for the final one here. That is protocol HTTPS host name, that is going to be a0.muscache.com. There you go. That's all that you need to do in your next.config.json file. That's pretty much it. We are never going to touch this file again. So let's go here. Everything is broken, right? Because we have removed the images, and we also have removed the Tailwind configuration. So that's what we're going to do now, our Tailwind configuration. So here, let's go to our app. App has this file globals.css file. So first of all, like this file had import Tailwind CSS. That needs to be there. Just by putting that there, now if you come back here, everything is looking better, right? And now let's start creating our project design system, design tokens. And for that, add theme. Now in here, dash dash color dash brand dash 50. That is going to be hash FFF1F4. There you go. Dash dash color dash brand dash 100. That is going to be hash FFE0E8. All right. And now dash dash color dash brand dash 200 hash FFC2D2. All right. Dash dash color dash brand dash 300 hash FF97D1. Sorry, B1. Dash dash color dash brand dash 400. That is hash FF5T86. Dash dash color dash brand dash 500 hash FF385C. There you go. Dash dash color dash brand dash 600. And now we have hash E61E4D. Dash dash color dash brand dash 700 hash C41840. There you go. And now here, dash dash color dash ink dash 50. So hashtag F8FAFC dash dash color dash ink dash 100 hash F1F5F9 dash dash color dash ink dash 200, and that goes hash E2E8F0 dash dash color dash ink dash 300 hashtag CBT5E1 dash dash color dash ink dash 400 hashtag 94A3B8 dash dash color dash ink dash 500 hash 64748B dash dash color dash ink dash 600 hashtag 475569 dash dash color dash ink dash 700 hashtag 334155 dash dash color dash ink dash 800 hashtag 1E293B dash dash color dash ink dash 900 and hash 0F172A. And now here dash dash color dash surface hash ff. Then dash dash color dash surface dash muted, that is going to be hash f8 fafc. All right, so these are our all of our design tokens, our colors, and then we need to do some more code. Body, so background is going to be var dash dash color ink 50. There you go. Then we have color var dash dash color ink 900, and then we have overflow x hidden. Then we have our universal selector. We go for box sizing border box, and then we have a button summary input type button and input type submit. Then we have input type reset, and here we have roll button. So for those, we're gonna go cursor pointer. Yeah. Button disabled and input disabled. We're gonna go for cursor not allowed. Then you have dot hide dash scroll bar, and in here dash ms dash overflow style is going to be none. Also scroll bar width is going to be none. All right, scroll down here, dot hide dash scroll bar dash webkit dash scroll bar. There you go. Display none, and then dot hero dash day picker dot rdp dash months. We're just writing this all css code. This is not much. This is just maybe 100 or maybe 120 lines of code, something like that. And this is just some configuration, pre-configuration that we're doing for application, and I will be explaining everything throughout the way. So yeah, bear with me. RDB months justify content is going to be center for that. Then we have dot hero dash day picker dot rdp dash day disabled, and for that color is going to be var color ink 300. There you go. And you have text decoration of line through, and you have opacity of 0.75. All right, come down here, dot hero dash day picker dot rdp dash day colon focus dash visible. Here we're gonna go outline to bx solid var dash dash color dash brand 400. There you go. And outline offset is going to be 2 pixels. Now here dot compact dash upload thing min dash height. There you go. 150 pixels. This needs to be important. And now after that, dot compact dash upload thing, and the direct child of that minimum dash height is going to be 150px here again, important. Height is going to be 150px, important as well. Padding dash top is going to be 0.5 rem. This needs to be important as well. Padding bottom needs to be 0.5 rem, important as well. And then after that we have compact dash upload thing, and then I'm gonna target data dash ut dash element, and I'm gonna select drop zone, and in here minimum dash height 150 pixels, important. Height is going to be 150 pixels, important as well. Then we have justify content is going to be center, important as well. Then we have gap 0.35 rem, important as well. It's just that uh, the upload thing drops on comes with some pre-default styling, and I didn't want that styling for this specific project, so I kind of had to customize that a little bit. So this is what that is. Dot compact dash upload thing svg, and here width is going to be 42px, important, and height is going to be 42px, important. All right, and now here dot compact upload thing button, it's gonna margin top 0.2 rem and important again. And now here we're gonna need some keyframes. So for that, let's go for add keyframes post listing card in, and we're going to use that later. But for now, from opacity 0, transform is going to be translate y 8 pixels, and scale is going to be 0.995, right? Then 2 here is going to be opacity 1, and transform is going to be translate y 0 and scale 1. So basically we are resetting here. And then dot host dash listing dash card is going to be opacity 0. Animation is going to be host listing card in, this one. Then it's going to take 420 milliseconds, and cubic Bazir is going to be here 0.22, 1, 0.36, and 1, and it's gonna forwards. And we have will change property here, so it's going to be transform and opacity. There you go. And now finally, just one last thing, add media, and here prefer reduced motion, and that is going to be reduce here, and dot host dash listing dash card animation is none, and opacity is 1. And that's pretty much it. That's what we have in our globals.css file, and we are probably never going to touch this file again, as we have everything here. If we go here, refresh, this seems still kind of what we had in default, but that eventually is going to be changed. Now, before we start displaying some stuff on our web application, we need our database setup, and that's what we are going to do now. So first of all, I'm going to stop this application, And since we already have installed Prisma, so let's do npx prisma init. That's the command that you need to run, and this is going to do a couple of things. First, it is going to create this Prisma folder, which has this schema.prisma file. And second, this is going to create this prisma.config.ts file, and that's what we need to update now. So first of all, I'm gonna write here that const Prisma URL is equal to process.env dot direct URL, or this pipe, sorry, direct URL has this underscore, or process.env dot database URL. And now in here, if the Prisma URL is not available, if it doesn't exist, then throw new error, and that error is going to be direct URL or database URL must be set in .env for Prisma CLI commands, right? This is the error that we are setting, right? And we need to add a semicolon here, not here, yeah. And now what we need to do is here under this process.env database URL, we need to change this from this to Prisma URL, the variable that we just created here, the constant. And then under path, what you're supposed to do is you are going to write a seed command, which we are going to create files for it later. So we're going to inject some data to our database. So seed tsx prisma slash seed dot ts, and we have not created this file yet. Inside the Prisma folder, we only have one file. We haven't created this yet. We will do that soon. So this file of ours has been completed, and now if I run npx prisma generate, actually before that, hold on. Before that, we're gonna need to go to this env file, and I don't like all of this comment, so let's get rid of that. And this database URL needs to be changed. It's just local, right? So we have this database URL and we have this direct URL. And we need those both from our Neon database that we're going to do. So for that, let's go here and I'm going to search for Neon database here. So let's go to Neon serverless Postgres, ship faster here. I'm going to sign up using my email. Continue. And now here, organization name, let's say I'm going to name it Take One. Personal projects and invite, no, there are none. So next. The project name is going to be Airbnb clone 17. Everything else needs to stay the same. We don't need Neon Auth, and you can choose a region that is nearest to you. I'm just gonna go with it. So create project. The project has been created. I'm gonna go to project right here. Now click on this connection string here. So from here, you choose Prisma here and you go to .env and you copy snippet from here. Now you are supposed to go here and paste that info here. We have database URL, so that can go. And we have this direct URL that can go as well, because we are going to rename this as direct URL. So those are the two things that we have now, and now we can simply go for npx prisma generate. And when we do so here, yeah, So npx prisma generate, and I'm going to hit enter. It has generated inside the source generated prisma, which we have here. In the previous versions, in Prisma 6 and beyond, it was not generating here inside this source folder. Instead, it was going under the node modules. So yeah, that's the difference here as well. So if I go to source, I have this generated folder here, which contains everything. So there we have models, there we have internal, and everything is here, right? So now if I run here npx prisma studio, that's gonna open up that studio here, the Prisma studio, and we have no tables yet because we have created none, right? This can go, by the way. And if we come here, tables, it's gonna basically whatever we see here inside the Neon website, we get to see that exactly the same thing here under Prisma Studio. So there's no need for this once our application has been connected. So that can be closed. Now here, I'm gonna open a new tab. I'm gonna say npm run dev. So this can be running as well. And again, now we need to start writing some code for our schema.prisma file. Okay, so in this file, we are going to define database schema with 6 models basically. One, we have user. Second, we have account. Third, we have session. Then we have verification token. And then we have listing, right? And finally, we have reservation. So these are the 6 tables that we're going to create, that we're going to write here. So let's do model, user. And now in here, ID is going to be a string. And this is going to be an ID and default CUID. There you go. We have a name. This is also going to be a string, a nullable string. Then we have email. This is going to be a string again, nullable, unique. Then you have email verified, and this is going to be date, time. Let me pull this up all. And now here, let's add image. This is also going to be a string. Then we have hashed password string. Then we have created at date, time. It's going to use default now. And I just realized we have an extra parenthesis here that needs to be gone. Yeah. So here created at, and then we have updated at, and that also going to be date, time, updated at. And then we have accounts, and this is going to be account which we have not created yet. This is going to be the name of the model basically. Then we have sessions, session. This also has not been created yet. Listings, listing, haven't created yet. Reservations, reservation, haven't created yet. And we are going to create all of them one by one, right? So now here, these commas needs to go, sorry. Yeah. Now here, let's create the account model. So model, account, open that. ID is going to be a string. ID default. All right, CUIT. And now here, user ID is going to be a string. Then we have type, that is going to be string as well. Then we have a provider, that is going to be a string as well. And then we have provider account ID, that is going to be a string as well. So just a second, let me pull this all up here, and these ones too. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna need to pull all of those one by one. Push. And finally here. Let's do them too. All right, now here, refresh underscore token is going to be a string. And then we have access underscore token. This is going to be a string as well. And after that, let's go for expires underscore at. This is going to be an nullable integer. Then we have token type. That is going to be a string nullable. Then we have scope. That is going to be a string nullable, of course. And then we have ID underscore token nullable string. And then we have session underscore state is equal to string nullable. We have user, and here we say user model, then add relation, then fields are going to be user ID, references are going to be ID, and on delete it's going to be cascade. You put a comma here. Yeah, I forgot that. And that's pretty much it. And you guys can see now that accounts has this account, and which no longer is showing that line, the error line. So we're going to create session, listing, and reservations as well. So let's go for the session now. But before we do that, here we go for add unique, and we add provider and provider account ID. That's pretty much it. Let's go for the session. Model, session. There you go. That exists. That error is gone. Let's go here and now put ID. We have a string ID default CUID. Come down. Session token. That's going to be a string and going to be unique. Then we have user ID. That goes string, of course. And then we have expires, datetime. Then we have user, and we add user there. We add, come on, relation to that. We have fields, user ID. We have references, IT, and we have on delete cascade. And that's pretty much it. Now let's create another model. So model verification token, and open that. Inside that, identifier is going to be a string. Then we have token that is going to be a string and also unique. And then we have expires, that is going to be a date time, and that also need this add unique identifier and token. Let's go to the next one. This is going to be a big one. So model listing, open that up. We have ID, and let's go here. This is going to be a string ID, also default CUID here. Title is going to be a string. Then we have description, that is going to be a string as well. Then we have image src string. Then we have image gallery, this is going to be an array of strings, and the default is an empty array, of course. And then we have a category of string. We have room count is integer. We have bathroom count, also integer. We have guest count, integer. And we have location value is going to be, yeah, this is going to be a string. And we have price per night is going to be an integer as well. And after that, we have created at date time, default. Now let me actually do one more thing here. Let me put all of these things equally. That looks better. Yeah, instead of just displaying weirdly. Yeah. Yeah, that looks much better, at least to me. All right, and now after that, create an at, we need to do updated at, that also should be date time, and updated at here. Then we have user ID here. This is going to be a string. User here, that is going to be user, of course. Relation field is going to be user ID. References is going to be ID. On delete is going to be cascade. And then reservations is going to be reservation model, which we have not created yet. So everything else seems to be resolved from here except for this reservation model, which we are referencing here under user model as well as under listing model. So that we are going to create now. So model reservation, open that, and now in here ID is going to be a string ID, default CUID. Then we have, hold on, yeah, we have user ID, that is going to be a string here, of course. Then we have listing ID, that is going to be a string as well. And then we have start date, date time. We have end date, date time. I know it's boring, but it's something that we need to build our application on. So yeah, total price is integer. Then we have created at is going to be date time. default is going to be now. And then here, user is going to be user, add relation, fields, user ID, reference ID, on delete, cascade. Under here, listing needs to go here. Listing, relation, fields, listing ID, reference ID, and on delete, cascade. That's all, guys. That's pretty much it. That's everything that you need to write under this schema.prisma file. And now what you need to do is you open a new terminal here, and you go for something like npx prisma migrate dev dash dash name init, and I'm going to hit enter. So if everything is good, if our database is connected, and if all of things are working good, then this is going to push all of these tables from our code into our Neon database. And we can check that both ways, either by going to the Neon website itself or by using the Prisma Studio, which we're going to use. So give it its time. It's going to take a few moments, and going to give you either the error or the success. And there you go. Your database is now in sync with your schema, and you can check that in your Prisma. You have your migrations file here. You go to this folder, you go to migration.sql, and this is all of your migrations that work inside the Neon database. So now if I go here, refresh, we should see the tables here, which we do. So there's account, we have everything, ID, access token, expires, everything that we just wrote here. Let's go to the users table. So user, so what do we have? We have ID, created at, email, email verified, hashed password, all of that. Everything that we have just created here, that's there. We have listing, reservation, session, all of that stuff is there. Brilliant. You just have connected your Neon database with Prisma to your application, and now we're going to work on the seed file. Yes, we have our database. Yes, we have our tables, but all of them are empty, and we need some data for those, and that's what we're going to do now. All right, in order to start working on the seed process for the Prisma and Neon database, we're going to need to create a bunch of files where we're going to write a lot of code that will not display the result on the front end UI, as that is not what it's supposed to do. But it is going to be there in the project to make things easier for the next things that we're going to work on. For example, first we need to create this file. So inside source, we're going to need to create a folder and call it lib. That's library, right? And inside that, we need a file prisma.ts. And now inside that file, first of all, we're going to import Prisma client. So import Prisma client there. Then we're going to use import Prisma Neon, and that is going to be imported from Prisma adopter Neon. There you go. Now here, const global for Prisma is equal to global this as unknown as, open that, Prisma client, or undefined. This file basically creates a single Prisma client instance that is reused across the application. It uses the Neon serverless driver and the Prisma Neon adapter to enable connection pooling and reduce cold start times. The global list pattern ensures the client is not recreated on every hot reload in development. In production, a new client is created once per development. The database URL that we have in the .env file, we're going to use that here. So the database URL environment variable is read from the .env and passed to the Neon driver here. Okay, so for that, let's keep building this. Const connection string is equal to process.env dot database underscore URL. If connection string is not available, then throw new error, and that error is going to be the database URL is missing. Set it in .env before starting the app, right? Now here, const adapter is equal to new Prisma Neon. This is going to take some values. So in this case, connection string. That's pretty much it. Now const Prisma log level. This is for the Prisma log queries. It's good to have this. So equal to process dot env dot Prisma log queries is equal to true here as well. If that is the case, then query error as const. Else, it's going to say only error as const. Sorry, this needs to be changed. Const, sorry, I need to, yeah, const Prisma log level. There you go. And now export const Prisma is equal to global for Prisma dot Prisma or new Prisma client, and we're going to create one here. Adapter log is going to be dot 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 Prisma log level. And now under here, finally, let's go if process.env dot node underscore env is not identical to production. In that case, global for Prisma dot Prisma is equal to Prisma. That's pretty much it. That's the file that we just created, and we can move on to the next file. Next thing is that we need to create some types for the C data that we're going to create. So that those types are going to go in a folder types inside the source directory, and here we need to create the file name, and that is going to be demo-property.ts. Now here, export type demo property is equal to, this is going to be an object, so id is going to be string, then we have title sorry, title is going to be string as well. We have image, that is going to be string too. We have city, that is going to be a string too. And price per night is going to be a number. Host name is going to be string. Rating is going to be a number. Max guests is going to be a number. And available dates is going to be a string of array. That's it. Let's close this file, and right now inside the source directory, I'm going to create a new directory. I'm going to call it data, and inside that I'm going to create a new file called us-listings-seed.ts, and in here import type demo property. Yeah, we have imported that, and then import, actually add days. Yeah, import add days, format start of today from date fns, start of today, sorry, with a small s. Right now here, function, first of all we're gonna build a function which is going to check availability dates. So build availability dates. Now this is going to take a few arguments. So first of all, open days, that is going to be a number type, of course, and then it's going to take blocked ranges, that's an array, and start offset, sorry, start offset is going to be a number, as well as end offset is going to be a number as well. And then finally we open the function here, and then const today is equal to start of today, const blocked is equal to new set, and in here you go for string, that's a function, new set, and then here for const range of blocked ranges, for let offset is equal to range dot start offset, offset less than or equal to range dot offset, and offset plus equals 1, right? So we can just keep on adding by 1, sorry. And then in here, blocked dot add format, add days today and offset, and then after that first parenthesis yy dash capital and td, and that's pretty much it. Now after this for loop here, we go for return array dot from, and then inside that we go for length is equal to open days. After that, sorry, length should have small l, open days, and now in here you use the first as underscore and then index, as index is basically we're running arrow function here. We don't need the first argument, kind of and we just need the index. That's what we're going to use here. So format, add days, today, and then index, and then YY dash MM, two capitals, and DD small again. And then after that, comma again, and then you go for, you save that, and then here you put dot filter date, and then you check for if that is not blocked, has date. And that is it. You're done with it. And now we need the data that basically we are feeding to the database. And let me just grab that real quick. And now in here, I'm gonna paste the data here, save it. So there you go. Export const US listing seed demo property as an array. And then here we have each object. Each object contains ID, title, image, city, price per night, host name, rating, max guests, and available dates, which we use this build available dates function here, and we use that, right? So this data is going to be provided to you through GitHub, so you can download the zip file and you can get to this file, or you can simply just open this file in the GitHub and you can copy this code from there. All right. So we have the data here and we have everything regarding dates as well. And now we want to tell our application to upload this data to the database that we have. So for that, we need another function, a set of functions. So for that, we are not going to write that in this file. So I'm going to keep it separate. Let's go here, go to the source directory. Under the lib, we're going to need to create a new file, and that is going to be demo-properties.ts. So this basically is a in-memory demo listing catalog for this project. It serves the seeded US property data before or alongside database backed listings, basically with a simple module level cache to avoid rereading seed data on every call, right? So for that, we're going to write import from add underscore types demo property. So there you go, demo property from there, and also import US listings seed from there. And then also we're gonna export type demo property. Hold on, yeah. Export type demo property from add underscore types underscore demo property. So we are basically here re-exporting demo property type for consumers of this model, right? And then here's a module level cache. So let in memory cache, this is going to be demo property, an array, or null is equal to null, right? And then here we're gonna say export async function fetch demo properties. This is going to be a promise demo property, an array basically. Open that, and now in here, if in memory cache exists, then return in memory cache. In memory cache is equal to US listing seed return in memory cache. That's pretty much it. This is the whole thing that we need to write in this file. And now we need to make the connection between the C data and between the database. And for that, we need another file. And that file is going to go under lib folder again. And I'm going to call that file sync-demo-listings.ts. Let's import Prisma from add/lib/Prisma. That's the basically connection that we created, one-time connection, and also import fetch demo properties, right? And also type demo property from the same file. And then here we're going to build a consistent marketing blurb for demo stays in a given city, right? So for that, function demo listing description city is going to be a string. Open that and return a curated demo stay in city with a modern setup ideal for short trips and long weekends. There you go. Now under that, create another function, demo host email. That is going to be a property, demo property. Open that, return demo dash host dash property dot id add StayScape dot local here. Well, dot com, yeah, dot example, whatever, you can put that there. And then under that, we're going to ensure that a user row exists for the demo properties host name. Creates on first user sync, and that updates your display name if the demo API changes it. So async function ensure demo host user property, demo property, return prisma dot user dot upsert, and in here does not exist on type prisma client. Upsert, let's go inside here and we're gonna write where email is demo host email property, create, and inside that email is equal to demo host email property name property dot host name, and in here we're gonna say update that name property dot host name, and then under that here we're gonna select id to true. Let's come down here and create a function that is going to create or update one listing row from the demo property payload. So async function upsert demo listing row. That's going to take host ID, which is going to be a string, and property, which is going to be demo property. Type, of course, const room count is equal to math dot max 1 math dot round property dot max guests divided by 2 there, and const bathroom count is equal to math dot max. 1 is the initial value, of course, and math dot round property dot max guests divided by 3. There you go. That's the bathroom count. And now here, await Prisma dot listing dot upsert. And now in here, where id is property dot it, there create id equal to id is property dot id, title is property dot title, description is demo listing description, property dot city. Let's come down here, go for the image source. That's going to be property dot image. Then we have image gallery, that goes property dot image as well. And then we have category for now is demo stay. Then we have room count, we have bathroom count, then we have guest count, property dot max guests. Then we have location value, property dot city. And then we have price per night, property dot price per night. We have user ID, host ID. All right. So that's the create, and now we need to create the update. Yeah. So title, property dot title, description is equal to demo listing description, property dot city. Under that we have image, actually, yeah, image src, property dot image. And we have image gallery, property dot image again, category demo stay. We have room count, we have bathroom count, we have guest count, property dot max guests, and we have location value, property dot city there, price per night goes property dot price per night, and user ID goes as host ID. All right, let's come down here, and I'm gonna export async function, sync demo listing by ID. Listing ID is going to be a string. On that, const demo properties is equal to await fetch demo properties. All right, and now const property is equal to demo properties dot find item. Item dot id is identical to listing id. If property does not exist, then we return const host is equal to await ensure demo host user. property, and await upsearch demo listing row host.id and property. There you go. And one final thing, export async function sync demo listings to database. Const demo properties is equal to await fetch demo properties, right? So for const property of demo properties, const host is equal to await ensure demo host user property, and await upsert demo listing row to host.id and property. Okay, so this basically here is lazily upserts one demo listing by ID to the database, right? And this one right here is upserts every curated demo listing into the Postgres. So right now, there's only one file left that we need to create and complete this seeding process. Let's create the final seed file. Let's go to our Prisma here and create the new file that is going to be seed.ts. And in here, import sync demo listing to database, this one here. Async function main, and then here await sync listing to a database. There you go. And then main dot then an arrow function here, process dot stdout stdout dot write demo listings seeded successfully. There you go. And in here dot catch error, this is going to be an error function again, process dot std error dot write seed failed error instance of error dot message string error, and after that line break. And finally here we go for process dot exit code is equal to 1. That's it. And now is the time finally when we need to push all of our data into the database. This whole process that we did, basically seeding the data to the database, this is completely optional. And I know I'm telling you this once we have completed the section because I wanted you to do it. This whole process is just to put the data, the demo data, to the database so we can test upon that. You could basically have gone to this user interface and start adding entries there, like insert row. Here, you put text there. You can do that. That's totally doable. But I wanted to give you an option that how you can do that with seeding option that Prisma and Neon already provides you. So here, if I refresh, we have nothing here in the session or reservation or listings, right? So right now, I am gonna go here and actually create a new terminal here. And in that, I'm gonna write npx Prisma db seed. And remember, this seed is coming from, where is that file? Prisma.config. This seed here, we are targeting Prisma underscore or Prisma slash seed.ts file, which we have here. That is taking data from sync demo listing here, which is taking data from demo properties, which is taking data from another two files. So this whole file system is just to put some data online. So anyway, let's do that. npx prisma db seed. Hopefully we have no errors. Let's do that. Running seed command, and we do have an error. Seed failed, cannot read properties of undefined reading upsert. Gotcha. So we have upsert here. Okay, so the only thing that I have done here is, as you see that we have this error npx prisma db seed. When I run this, we get this error undefined reading upsert, but this was here on the user upsert and also on the listing upsert. And the thing is, basically I simply ran npx prisma generate, and it regenerated the Prisma client once again, and that's pretty much it. There's nothing else that I have done. Everything else is the same, and now we are going to run npx Prisma db seed. Seems like it's gonna work this time. I'm gonna go here, refresh. So yes, the data is coming. Demo listing seeded successfully. So we do have the data here. Listing reservations has nothing. User, yes, we have some users, and we have listing. So that is what we're going to use now in order to build upon our web application. All right, let's move on to the next section, which is authentication with the NextAuth. And for that, we're going to need to create a few files. So first of all, let's go into the source directory and then create a new folder here called Auth. And in there, I'm going to create a new file that is config.ts. So here, basically in this file, we are going to configure NextAuth, that how users are going to sign into our StayScape basically. Since our application supports Google Auth, so we're going to implement that in here as well as email and password credentials. So let's do that. So first of all, here, I'm gonna import Prisma adapter from Auth Prisma adapter. All right, okay, we are gonna use that, no problem. Then we're gonna import Google provider from next-auth slash provider slash Google. And then we're gonna import, sorry, this needs to go out of it here like that. Then we're gonna import credentials input, and then credentials provider. There you go. And now we're gonna import bcrypt from TypeScript JS and import Z from Zod, that's for schema, and then import Prisma from add underscore lib underscore Prisma, the file that we created for the connection. And Prisma adapter is declared, but this value is never used. Okay, yes, we know that. All right, now here we're gonna create some stuff like, let's say, sign in schema. Sign in schema is the rules for the email password from before we hit the database. All right, so for that, const sign in schema is going to be z dot object, and then inside that we're gonna go for email z dot string, and then dot email. There you go. Next we're gonna go for password z dot string dot min it, and there needs to be these parentheses, and that's pretty much it for this one. And now next one, basically we're going to create an export const auth options is equal to an object here basically. So for that we're gonna have a secret, so process dot env dot next auth secret. There you go. So basically this secret used to sign JWTs basically. So that needs to match with the middleware and the env NextAuth that we're gonna set in a minute. All right. So then here we have adapter, and I don't need the import here. So the adapter, then yeah, that's why. Prisma adapter. Yeah, the Prisma with the capital P needs to be imported from here. So yeah, Prisma adapter, Prisma here. And then we have session. The session is going to be strategy JWT as const, right? And then we have pages. So inside the pages, we go for sign in slash login. That's the page that we're gonna create. And then after the pages, here we have providers. So for the providers, we open this and then we go for Google provider. We open that and come inside here. Let's put a comma here. Client ID is going to be process.env dot Google underscore client underscore ID, and then empty. And here we're gonna go for client secret, and that's gonna be process.env dot Google underscore client underscore secret, or an empty, right? That's an optional basically. So yeah, and now after this one here, after the Google provider, we're gonna go for credentials provider. We open that just like Google. We go inside, and now we go for name. That's gonna be credentials. We go for the next one, that is credentials. Open that, come inside, and here email is label, email, type is email. You go for the next one, which is password. Open that. Label is password and type is password. Yeah, we're missing a few arguments which we're gonna just add. So yeah, no problem. After this, let's come down here and go for async, authorize, credentials, and you open that. Const parsed is equal to sign in schema dot save parse dot find dot save parse credentials. Let's come down here, and now if parsed dot success isn't there, then return null. And we keep going. Const user is equal to await Prisma dot user dot find unique, and in here we go for the where email is equal to parsed dot data dot email, right? And then after the user here, so now here basically users who only signed up with Google never have hashed password. So reject password login for those, right? So for that, so if user dot hash password, if that's not there, then return null, right? So const is valid is equal to await bcrypt dot compare, and now inside that here parsed dot data dot password as well as user dot hashed password, right? So now after that, if is valid is not true, then return null, and finally return user. And that's pretty much it. That's everything that we just need to write in here. And this email doesn't need to be there. That got imported mistakenly somehow. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is we're gonna need to put all of our stuff in the .env file. Let's do that. So there needs to be this NextAuth underscore URL, and there needs to be this NextAuth underscore secret, and there needs to be this Google client ID and Google client secret, and we need to put all of these info here. So first, so the next auth URL is auth, yeah, next auth URL, next auth secret. Let me check the spellings, I always mess up. Google client ID and Google client secret. Okay, so HTTP localhost 3000, that's for that. And for the next auth secret, we're gonna pull up this one here, cancel our server, and then we're gonna run open SSL rand dash base 6432. Hit enter, and that's gonna give us this key that we're gonna put next auth secret there, right? Now we need these two informations, Google client ID and Google client secret. So let's do that. I'm gonna go to here and I'm gonna search for Google Cloud Console. All right, I'm here. I agree to this one. Email updates. Nope. All right. So I'm gonna create a new project here, and the project is going to be YouTube. Organization, creating project video, YouTube. Select the project. So here I have YouTube selected here. And now I'm going to go to APIs and services. There, I'm going to click on credentials. Got it. Okay. And now here, I'm going to create a new credentials. I'm going to go for the Auth client ID. So first, we're going to need to configure consent screen. Let's click on that. Get started. So the app name, I'm going to put YouTube here. And this is going to be email. Next. This is going to be external. Next. Email address. This one. Next. I agree. Continue and create. That is something that an error occurred while creating an auth configuration. Close. Okay. Create again. What? Why is that? Oh, okay. This could be maybe I'm putting. Okay, hold on. So let's say uh, tutorials. I'm just gonna use some generic name that I can use for all of the projects instead of creating that again and again. So yeah, that's why I'm doing it. I'm not going for the Spotify clone or something. So there, continue, create. Yeah, there you go. It was considering it as abusive because I was using the name YouTube. So yeah. Okay, now let's go back here. Google Auth platform. Yeah, API services, credentials. Let's close this one. API credentials, Auth client ID. And now I'm gonna go for the web application here. I'm gonna say tutorials. And I'm gonna authorize JavaScript origin. No need. Authorize redirect URL. Yes, we need that. And that's gonna be HTTP localhost 3000 slash API slash auth slash callback slash Google. And by the way, you can add multiples. So I'm gonna, for example, let's say I can add this 3001 or something, or if this is online, then you can go for like your domain.com or whatever, right? So something like that. But I'm gonna go for one because I just have one localhost 3000 API auth callback Google. Okay, all good. Create. And now I'm gonna copy my client ID. I'm gonna put it there. I'm gonna copy my secret client secret and I'm gonna put it there. And that's pretty much it. Okay, no longer need for this one now. Let's close that. Come back here. npm run dev. There you go. For now, I'm just gonna go to source and then I'm gonna go for the app, then page.tsx, and from this main, I'm gonna get rid of everything. I'm just gonna clean it a little, you know. And then I have h1 here and Airbnb clone. Save it. Let's go here. This is where it's visible. Actually, no need for the main. I'm gonna get rid of that as well. Save it, and there you go. It's something here. Okay, text dash class name, text dash white, text dash 2xl. Save it. There you go. So this is our Airbnb clone. Congratulations. Well, yeah, we will get there. No problem. So here, now the next thing that we need to do is we have our everything set up in the environmental file, and we have our config.ts file ready for the next auth. And now we need to create a new page. So under source, under app, let's go and create a new folder, call it login. And inside the login, create a new file, call it page.tsx. All right, let's get started working on the login page. And now if we go to our browser and try to visit /login here, it says, well, it's an error, right? So we need to fix that. Let's go back. And in here, I'm going to go for RFC. And I'm going to say login page. No need for the React import. And that's it. Let's go back. There you go. Now we have the login page here. So let's start working on the stuff that we need. So first of all, it's going to be a client component, right? And then we need to import things. So import link, right? And then we need to import use memo from React as well as use state from React. Then we need to use search params from Next Navigation. And then we need to sign in, and seems like that's not coming automatically. So let's do that manually. Import sign in from next-auth / React. There you go. And then finally, we're going to need a few icons from the Lucid React, and those are going to be house. And seems like we're going to do them manually as well, or maybe house, something like that. No. Import house from Lucid React, right? The next one would be shield check, and the next one would be sparkles actually. So that's pretty much it, right? So now we need to start working within this function, and that would be const search params is equal to use search params. Then we have const email set email is equal to use state with an empty state. Const password set password use state, which is empty. Then we have const error set error use state. And then we have const is loading set is loading equal to use state. And there you go. Actually, no, that needs to be set to false initially. All right, and now we need to create basically a callback URL where to go after a successful login. So far, we have nothing to show here. That will be when we start adding our code in the return block here. So the callback URL, right? So for that, we're gonna go for const callback URL is equal to use memo. And then inside that, that's an arrow function. Open that, and then const requested is equal to search params dot get, and here call back URL, and then we go for slash. So if we either we get that or we go for the root directory, right? And then if the requested dot starts with slash, hold on, slash, if that's not available, then in that case, I think I have an extra parenthesis here. Yeah, hold on. So yeah, let me do that again. If requested dot starts with slash, if that is not available in that case, or if that is not available or requested dot, actually that needs to go here. Yeah, requested dot starts with double slash, right? Then return simple slash. All right. And finally here, return requested. And in here, we need to give it the second value parameter that is going to be search params. And that's pretty much it. Now this basically use memo here that we used here recalculates only when search params changes performance, right? Now this use memo here basically it recalculates only when search params changes. All right, let's get to work on the return block here, and I'm gonna get rid of this and gonna open this here. So now inside this one, I'm gonna go for main, and the main is going to have some classes. So mx auto flex min dash height dash, I'm gonna go for 88 viewport height, and then max dash width dash 5xl items center px4, that's for the padding, and then on the medium devices I'm gonna go for px8, right? Now inside here I'm gonna need a section, so the section is going to have some classes as well. For example, grid width dash full overflow hidden, then I have rounded 3xl, and then a border ink 200, then bg dash surface, and then we have calls too. All right, let's open that, and inside that I'm gonna need a div. So div is going to have some classes again because we are using Tailwind CSS, so it's all classes, right? So bg dash gradient dash 2 dash br, right? And then in here from brand 50, then via white, then to brand 100, and then p8, and on medium devices it's gonna be p10, p-10. There you go. Open that, and now in here we're gonna need a p tag. So the p tag is going to say welcome back. So I'm gonna give in some classes. So here class is going to be text-access, font dash semi bold, uppercase. Then we have tracking, and instead of normal, I'm gonna go for 0.16 m. Then text dash brand 600. Save it. Let's go back here, and this is what we have so far. This page is going to look amazing, just like I showed you in the overview of this project. So let's keep going. After the p tag here, let's create an h1 tag and sign in to continue your travel plans. So here, give it a class name that is going to be margin top 3, margin top dash 3, text dash 3xl. Then we have font dash bold, we have tracking tight, and then we have text ink 900. Save it. Let's go back here. There you go. It's starting to look better. And after the h1 tag, we need another p tag. Access your bookings, manage your host activity, and continue exploring stays across top US destinations. And let's give it some classes as well. So that's going to be margin top dash 3. Then we have text SM. We have leading relaxed. And we have text ink 600. Save it. Let's go to our here. And yeah, there you go. All right. After that p tag, here we're going to need a div tag. Give it class margin top 8 space y is going to be 3, and then text is going to be small, text ink is going to be 700 dash ink 700. There you go. Inside this div here, we're going to need a p tag again, and I'm going to give it some classes like flex items center and gap 2. And inside that, we're going to need house, and I'm going to give it some classes as well. So class name is going to be height is going to be 4, width is going to be 4 as well, and text brand 500. There you go. After that, personalized home recommendations. After that p tag, I'm going to need another p tag. Matter of fact, let's duplicate these 2 times. So this one becomes secure account access, and this one becomes streamlined booking experience. Save it. Let's change the icon. So this one needs to be shield check, and this one needs to be sparkles. Save it. Let's go here. It looks amazing. Let's go back here and keep building, and in here, just above the section, you go here and let's create another div. That is going to be class of padding dash 8, and on medium devices that's going to be padding dash 10. Open that. Let's have an h2 that is going to say sign in. I'm going to have some classes text dash 2xl, font dash semi bold, text dash ink dash 900. There you go. After the h2, we need a p tag. sorry, p tag. That's gonna say continue as a guest or host, and give it some classes. I'm gonna give it margin top dash 1 text dash sm, and text ink is going to be 600. Let's go here, and this is how it looks like for now. And if I go back here, let me check one more thing here. So the section has this grid, and after the video service, yeah, we need to fix a few things here. So this pages, after the video service, let's add shadow dash sm, and only on the medium devices we go for grid calls to. There you go. Save it. There you go. Now you have two columns. That's how it's supposed to look. Awesome. Let's keep building. So after this p tag here, we're gonna build a form. There you go. So that form is going to have a few functions that we have not created yet. Like on submit, we're gonna do that later. And let's give it a class name. So that is going to be margin top dash 5 and space y3. All right, let's come inside and have an input. For now, we can actually, yeah, let's keep it that way, or even just get rid of it. We can add that later. Let's go for type. That's gonna be email. Then we have required. And then let's add placeholder. That's going to be work or personal email. Then we have value. That value is going to be email. Where that email is coming from, that is coming from here, from the use state that we have. Okay, now let's keep going. So on change is going to be there, and we're gonna create something for that, which actually we have. So let's on change, it's going to take the event and then run an arrow function on that. So set email event dot target dot value. There you go. After the on change, we need class name for that, like width dash full rounded XL. Then we need border. Then we need border ink 300. Then we need padding X 3.5, right? Then we need padding Y 2.5. Then text ink 800. And then we need outline none. Then we have ring dash brand. Hold on. Ring brand is going to be 300. And then we have on focus, we're going to say ring is going to be 2. All right. That's pretty much it. Let's go here. That's how it looks. It looks amazing, isn't it? So let's go here. Let's keep building. After that, let's go for another input, and let's go for the type. That type is going to be password in this case. This required placeholder is password here. Value is password here from the state. And then on change, we go for the event arrow function, set password event dot target dot value here, and then we have a class name which is width dash full something this. So I'm just gonna copy this whole thing here, paste it here. Yeah, and now after this password here, I'm gonna go for that. If there is an error, right, then I'm gonna go for the p tag there. That's gonna have a class name of text dash sm and text dash brand dash 700, and that's gonna just say that error. But in case if there is no error, then it's just null. That's it. Let's create the button here, and the button should have classes like width dash full, rounded XL, BG, brand 500, PX4, PY 2.5. Then we have font semi bold. Then we have text dash white, and we have on hovers only. We have BG brand 600. We have on disabled, we're gonna go for opacity 70. All right. And now in here, I'm gonna go for if it is loading. In that case, signing you in. If it's not, then simply say sign in. Awesome. And in here, I'm gonna go for disabled is loading. So if it's loading, then we're gonna disable the button, and also we're gonna change the text depending on that. So if we go here, our form is starting to look way better now. Of course, it's not going to work because we haven't done a lot of things here for the login form to work. So yeah, just bear with me. All right, now after this form here, we're gonna need Google Auth. So for that button, and that button is going to have some classes like margin top 3. Then we have width dash full, rounded XL. We have border ink 300, PX4, PY 2.5. And then we have font semi bold. We have text dash ink dash 700. We have on the hover, we're gonna go for BG dash ink dash 100. Let's come inside here and let's go for sign in with Google. Of course, it's not going to work yet because we are still need to add on click here, which we will do later. And after the button here, let's add a p tag. Give it some classes like margin top dash 5, text dash sm, and we have text dash ink dash 600. Open that. New here, right? And then we're gonna go for a link, and the link is going to say create an account. So that is going to take the user to register that page we have not created yet. We will do that soon, so don't worry. Class name is going to be font dash semi bold, text dash brand dash 600, and on hover it's going to be text dash brand 700. Save it, and let's go here, and that seems to be very close, so let's add some space here. It's like that, and there you go. So sign in with Google, and I feel like that we are missing something here. Yeah, this needs to say border here as well. There you go. That's how it should be. So our login page UI has been completed, and now we need to do a little bit code to make sure that we have everything set up for the form and for the Google Auth. Let's do that. All right, let's come up here, and before the return, we're gonna create another function. So async function on credentials login. So event is going to be form event, and then this is going to be HTML form element. Open that. It's deprecated, yes, but yeah, let's keep going. Event dot prevent default, and then we have set error to 0. I mean empty string, and then we have set is loading to true here, and then here const result is equal to await sign in credentials. And for the second argument, we're gonna go for an object email password. Redirect is true, and then we have callback URL, right? And now under that, if result nullable has an error, then set error invalid email or password. Set is loading false. That's pretty much it. And now we need to make sure that these are available to the form and to the Google Auth. Let's scroll down here and look for our form. There you go. And to this, let's add on submit. That is going to be on credentials sign in, credentials login, sorry, and keep going. And here, yeah, on this one, let's add type to this button, and that should be button. All right, and now let's add on click event, so error function, and now we go for sign in Google, and then we add call back URL here, and that's pretty much it. And let me reload the code editor here once. So reload window, there you go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Prettier was having some issues with the formatting and all, but we just reloaded and everything is good. Let's go to our browser. So this is how the login page looks like. It is completed, but we still need to create a few more files as well as the register functionality. So once we have the register functionality, we will register ourselves as a user, and then that will be saved into our database, and then we can log in using that same login credential. So let's do that. Let's create register functionality, and for that we're going to go to source, and then here inside source I'm going to create a new folder that is going to be components, and within that there's going to be a file register-form.tsx, and we're doing it a little bit different from this login functionality. So here, first of all, it's a client component, then use state, then we have use form status, right? Then we have import sign in from NextAuth / React. And yeah, all right. Then here we're gonna create a type register form props is equal to an object type here, action form data it's going to be a promise, and it's void. All right, after that, here we're gonna create a function that works on basically when the register button is submitted. The one that we created at the very last on the sign in, we're going to create that now. So function register submit button, and then const pending use form status. All right, pending. And now in here, I'm gonna say return button. I'm gonna give it some classes like w dash full rounded XL BG brand 500 PX4 PY 2.5 font semi bold text dash white hover BG brand 600, and we have on disabled, that's going to be opacity 70. All right, now inside that I'm gonna say if pending, then creating your account, otherwise create account, and the button is going to have disabled when it's pending, right? And that's pretty much it. And now here we're going to create the main component here. So for that, I'm going to explain a few things here. So this is going to be two parallel sign up paths in one UI basically. So the first is going to be native form post, which is going to go for server action like name, email, password fields, right? And then second is going to be a button, which is going to go for NextAuth Google provider client redirect. Right? So let's get started. Export function register form, and this is going to take an action. So action here, register form props there, and let's open that. And now inside that, const Google loading set Google loading use state. Initially it's false. Come down here, and now we're gonna say return, and inside the return we're gonna say an empty fragment here, and in which there's going to be a form. Give it some classes like margin top 5 space y3. All right, we are also gonna give it action, which is going to be action from here, this one. All right, that's server action. Then here input, so name is going to be name, it's required. Placeholder is full name, and class name is going to be w dash full rounded XL. Then we have border, then we have border ink 300, then we have padding X 3.5, then we have padding Y 2.5, we have text ink 800, right? Then we have outline none, then we have ring brand 300, and on focus the ring changes to 2. All right, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to duplicate it a few times, couple of times. Okay, so the for the second and third, for the second one, name is going to be email, placeholder is going to be Actually, let's put work or personal email. Classes are going to be the same, so there's no need to change that. Then input name is going to be password. And here placeholder is going to be password minimum 8 characters, right? And for that, we're gonna need to say minimum length is going to be 8. And for this, we're gonna say type is, hold on, password. And for this one, we're gonna say type is email. And now here, finally, after that, we're gonna put register submit button. There you go. This button that we have just created here, right? So that goes there. And then after this form, here we have some all auth functionality. And for that, we're gonna go for button. Button is going to have some classes like margin top dash 3, width dash full, rounded XL, border ink 300, px4, py 2.5, font semi bold, text ink 700, and then we have hover bg ink 100, and then we have on the disabled, we're gonna say opacity goes to 70. There you go. Inside that, let's go for Google loading. If yes, then redirecting to Google. If not, then simply we're going to say continue with Google. And this needs a few more things like on click. So for the on click, we're going to say async. And then this is going to be, and let's open that. And in here, we're going to say set Google loading to true and await sign in Google callback URL simple slash, and let me reload it again. Sorry, reload window. Yeah, there you go. Also, we need to add disabled Google loading there. So margin top. Okay, so we have all of our classes. We have on click here. Await sign in Google callback URL. All right. And with that, we are done with this component. And if you notice, if we go to app login page.tsx, so basically everything that we just created here under this form, we just repeated that into its own component in the register form. So you basically kind of have both ways. You can keep extracting your code into as little components as you want to, and then you can add those components into the parent ones, and you can keep building a kind of tree of components if that's what you're into. So yeah, okay, all right, now when we have this component ready, so we're gonna need to create an auth file basically, and that is going to go under lib and auth.ts. So what this is going to do basically, so this file is going to contain a small helper function that we're going to write, so the pages and server actions can answer one simple question, and that simple question is going to be who is logged in right now, right? So that what this file is going to do, and for that we're writing this helper function. So import, actually maybe get server session from NextAuth, okay, redirect from next navigation, and then auth options from config, okay, and then we have Prisma from import Prisma. No, this is not the file. So import Prisma, and now here from lib/Prisma. There you go. All right. So now export async function get current user, and in that we're gonna say let session, and we're gonna say try and catch block. So open the try block and say session is equal to await get server session. There you go, and you go for auth options, and then in the catch block you go for basically if cookies are corrupt or expired in a bad way, we treat the user as logged out instead of crashing the page, right? So then we go for return null simply. And then after that, we go for if there are no session or no email on the session, means nobody is signed in, then we simply say if there is no session, the user email, then we simply return null. Yeah. And then here we go for the const user, and for that we basically look up in the database for the real user in the actual database. So const user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find unique, and open that, where email is equal to session dot user dot email, and that's it. After that, here we go for return user, and we go for this block here, or we go for a null. So if the user is available, then we return this block. So id is equal to user dot id, and name is equal to user dot name. Then we have email, user dot email. Then we have image, hold on, sorry, image, so user dot image. That's pretty much it. And I think now we can get out of this function, and we need to scroll down here and export another function, async function require user, and that's gonna const user is equal to await get current user, and then if user is not available, then redirect the page to login page, right? And return user if the user is available, of course, and that's gonna return this thing. And that's it. And now we need to create a actions file. So let's go for that first. So in the app here, I'm gonna create actions.ts file here. Okay, so in this file, basically, you could ask that why not API routes? Well, server action pair naturally with HTML form tag. Next.js serializes that form data and posts it for you. Less boilerplate than writing fetch API method post by hand, right? So it's a lot better approach than that. So let's go for it. Use server, import, actually be crypt. Yeah, let's import that. Then we have revalidate path. Then we have redirect from the next navigation. Then we have Z from Zod, right? And then we have import Prisma from lib Prisma, the one that we created. And then here we have also require user from the auth file that we just created. And that's pretty much it for now for the imports. And now schema for register, right? So const register schema is equal to z dot object. Open that, and in here the name is going to be z dot string dot minimum is going to be 2. Then email is going to be z dot string dot email. And then here we have password is going to be z dot string dot min is 8, right? So now let's come down here and let's write this function. So export async function register user. That's going to take a form data with the type of form data. Let's open that. Const parsed is going to be equal to register schema dot save parse. Open that, and in here we're going to say name is equal to form data dot get name, right? Then email is going to be form data dot get email. And then here we have password form data dot get password. And now let's come down here and say if parsed dot success. If it's not true, then throw new error, and that error is going to be invalid registration input. And now here we're going to say prevent duplicate emails, right? So for that, const existing is equal to await prisma dot user dot find unique. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. Find unique. And in here, I'm going to say where. And inside that, let's say email is parsed dot data dot email. That's pretty much it. Let's come down here, and now let's say if existing is available. If the email already exists, then throw new error email already exists. Wonderful. Const hashed password is equal to await bcrypt dot hash parsed dot data dot password and 12. So now await prisma dot user dot create, and in that we're going to say the data is name parsed dot data dot name. Then we have email parsed dot data dot email, and then we have hashed password. And then finally, after that, here we go for redirect slash login. Now there's one more small file that we need to create before we start creating the register page. And these are basically some files that are needed for the NextAuth. Every auth package that you go with, either that's, well, the easiest one is Clerk. NextAuth, you're gonna need to do some extra work. And then there is Supabase Auth. Well, every package has their own like pros and cons. So anyway, right now let's go to source, then let's go to the app, and then inside the app let's create a new folder called API, right? And then inside the API we're going to create a new folder called Auth. And then inside the Auth folder we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to these brackets, then dot 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 next auth. So this is what basically NextAuth tells us. This is exactly what we are following, right? So then here we create a new file that is route.ts. So this file basically, the folder basically that we have is this dot 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 NextAuth. Between these uh, square brackets is a Next.js catch-all dynamic segment. It handles every path under slash API slash auth, like slash API slash auth. It handles all of that, like sign in, sign out, callback, and session. One handler covers them all basically. So let's do that. Import next auth from NextAuth. All right, there you go. And we have auth options from the config file that we created, right? And then here, let's say const handler is equal to next auth. Open that. We have auth options as never, right? And then export handler as get and handler as post. And that's pretty much it that we need to do for this file. That's it. We're done with this. Now we can simply just go to our register file. So source, then in here app, and then in here let's create a new folder called register, then create a new file inside that. That's going to be page.tsx, and here rfc. So register page, and let's try to visit that. Let's go to our browser here, and then I'm going to click on create an account, register, and there you go. This is our register page. Awesome. Let's start working on this one. So I'm going to need to import a few things like a link from NextLink. Sorry. There you go. Then I'm going to need to import badge check from Lucid React, then heart handshake also, and then also I'm going to need to import house, and then register user from the actions that we just created, and also register form from the register form that we just created, right? So let's go in here and let's start working on this one. I'm gonna say main, open that, give it some class names like mx auto flex. Minimum height is going to be 88 viewport height. Then we have max width 5xl. Then we have items center. Then we have px4. Then we have py8. Then we have md px8, right? Let's create a section in this, which we're gonna have some classes like grid, width dash full, overflow hidden, rounded 3xl, border, border ink 200, bg dash surface. Then we have shadow small, and on the medium screen sizes and onward it's gonna be grid calls 2. All right, inside that there's our left column, right? So for that, let's have a div, and this is our right column. Let's have a div for that. So in this div class name is going to be bg gradient to, hold on, to br. Then from brand 100 via brand 50 to white, padding 8 on medium devices. Padding is going to be, hold on a second, padding 10. Okay, and now p class name text dash access. We have font dash semi bold, and we have uppercase, and we have tracking dash 0.16 m, text brand 600 we have here, and we put something like, come on here, join StayScape. So let's take a look. There you go. This is how it looks. It's gonna look great. Just bear with me. Okay, after the p tag, here we have h1. Let's say save favorite homes, compare destinations, and manage every reservation in one place. Class name mt3, text 3xl, font bold, tracking tight. Then we have text ink 900. Save it. Let's go here. This is how it looks. Hold on. It should not be a, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, it should be a p tag, not h1 tag. Yeah, h1 tag should be here now. And these classes should be moved from here to class name here. And the h1 should say create your account and start booking with confidence. And this p tag should have classes like margin top 3, then text small, and then leading relaxed, and text ink 600. Save it. Yeah, there you go. And after this p tag, here we have a div tag. That div tag is going to have some classes like margin top 8. We have space y3. Then we have text dash small. Then we have text dash ink 700, right? And p tag here, give it a class name of flex items dash center and gap of 2, and browse thoughtfully curated US properties. And in here it's house, and it's gonna have some classes like h-4 with -4. Come on, with -4, and then text brand 500. Save it. Let's go. Yeah, this looks good. Let's duplicate it a few times here. 1, 2. Yeah, that's good. Let's update this to manage bookings from a single dashboard, and change this from house to badge check, and this one from house to heart handshake, and update this text to trusted host and guest experience. Yeah, there you go. And now simply we just need to pull our form for the registration. So for that, let's go to this right column here, and I'm gonna give it some classes like padding 8, as well as on medium devices it's gonna be padding dash 10. Let's open that. Inside that we have h2, that is going to say create account, and h2 is going to say text dash 2xl. Here we have font semi bold, then we have text ink 900. After the h2 we have p tag, which is gonna say join StayScape to host homes or reserve stays, and give it some classes. So margin top 1, text sm, text ink 600. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then after that here, register form, and this is going to take an action, and that action is going to come from the actions file that we created. So register user, that's the action that we pulled here from our action file. And of course after that we're going to create a p tag here. We're going to say margin top dash 5, text sm, text ink 600. It's gonna say already registered, and then we're gonna add a space here. Let's bring it down here, this one too, and then come here and go for the link. Yeah, and this is gonna say sign in. href is going to be slash login, and it needs some class names like font dash semi bold, text brand 600, and then on hover the text brand should be 700, a little darker, right? So let's go here. So this is how it looks. So let's try everything, and I'm gonna say my name is Ali Martaza. Let's say Ali at example.com. Password is going to be PASSWRD123. Create account. And seems like we did have an account. Let's go back here, and there you go. It says registered user, right? So now we need to log in with the same email. And just remember, we have not created any other pages. So yeah, it's just gonna be a very seamless experience. So Ali add example.com, password 123, signing you in. Let's see if we are logged in. And we are logged in. So now if we go to like login page, well, we can still go there because we have not created any other pages or other redirection stuff. So if I go to my console, bring it down here, we have nothing to see here, but here, yeah, API auth callback credentials, and it did work. Register you after that, and it did work everything. And so we are properly logged in. And the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a nav bar, and we are going to update our layout.tsx file. So we're going to have a proper nav bar where we will be displaying a different state when we are logged out and a different when we are logged in. And of course a sign out button when we're logged in. So then it's easier to identify when we're logged in or not. All right, guys, it's time to move on to the next phase, which is global layout and navigation. And for that, first of all, I'm gonna need to open our layout.tsx file, right? So in this one, we do not need this font or this font, and this can be removed from here as well. Let's update the meta of our project, and that is going to be StayScape here. Description is going to be book curated stays with a modern professional booking experience, right? And these has been removed, so we're gonna need to remove these from here as well. All right, and now let's come inside the body tag here, and in here we are going to create a navbar component which we have not created yet. Okay, so do not worry, we have an error here. Of course, we have no navbar component yet, and we are gonna do that now. All right, and in here let's go to source, then we have components, and in here I'm gonna create a file navbar.tsx, and there's going to be link from next link, house from lucid react, then we have get current user from our auth, right? And also we're gonna need to get our import Prisma from lib Prisma file there. All right, now here export async function navbar, open that. In here const user is equal to await get current user. And now there's something that basically we are going to set up for later use, but I would like to do it now so we do not forget that later, right? So let's say if somebody is signed in, then we're gonna count that how many listings they own. And on based of that, we are going to personalize some text, and that text is gonna go here. So const has hosted listings is equal to user. So if the user exists, then what we're going to do is we're gonna say await prisma dot listing dot count, and in here we're gonna say where user ID is the user that we are giving it dot id, right? That is bigger than 0, or we're gonna say false. So that basically it. So now const host cta label is equal to has hosted listings. If yes, then we're gonna say manage hosting. If not, then we're gonna say start hosting. So that's basically it. Basically, we are checking if the user is logged in, and if the user is logged in, then we're comparing the current user with the Prisma listing user. So if that user has some already existing listings there, and that is more than 0, which means it exists, then we are assigning this as true. Otherwise it's just simply false. And if that is true, then we're going to say manage hosting, and if that is false, then we're going to say start hosting. So simple as that. All right, now here let's go for the return, and inside the return let's go for the header tag. Header needs to have some classes like sticky top 0 z40 border bottom border ink 200 slash 80 bg dash surface slash 95. That's for the opacity, by the way. Backdrop blur. Hold on. Backdrop blur. And now let's come inside here, and we're gonna grab a nav tag here, and inside the nav let's add some classes like mx auto, flex, max width 7xl here, items center, justify between, we have px4, and then we have py4 as well. There you go. Now come here and let's add a link here. So the link is going to have an href for the root, and then it's gonna say house. Classes are height is going to be 5 and width is going to be 5 as well. Plus you're gonna have a span tag, and that span tag is going to say StayScape, right? And in here we're gonna give it some classes as well, like flex, items center, gap of 2, text is going to be large, all right, font bold, tracking is going to be tight, then we have text brand 500, and save it. And now this nav bar needs to be imported here, so nav bar, there you go, that nav bar is there. Let's go to our browser, check, yes, we do have this nav bar here. Let's keep building. Let's go here. So after this link here, I'm gonna say create a div, and div is going to have some classes like flex, items center, and gap of 2. And then in here we're gonna have a link again. That link is going to say simply host cd label, and the href is going to be simply host page, which we have not created yet, by the way. So class name is going to be hidden, rounded, full, px3, py2. Then we have text small. Then we have font semi bold, and we have text ink 700. Then we have on hover state, this is going to be bg ink 100, and on medium screen sizes and onward it's going to be inline block. Come on, inline block, there you go. Let's go here. So that's our button, start hosting there. It's starting to look nice because finally we are seeing some UI on our page, right? So after this here, we are gonna have our auth buttons that we need to create yet, right? So let's do that now. So here inside the components, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm gonna call it auth-buttons.tsx. All right. So we're gonna say use client, and then we're gonna say link import from next link. Also use effect from React, use ref from React, use state from React, and also we're gonna say sign out from NextAuth React, and we're gonna say menu from Lucid React, and user circle 2 from Lucid React. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And now let's come down here and let's create a new type. Type auth buttons props is equal to here user ID is going to be string, name optional is going to be string, hold on, yeah, string or null, and or null entirely. So either user is going to be this or just null, right? And then we also have host CTA label. If that exists, then that is going to be string. That's pretty much it for the type. And now let's move on to our export function. Export function auth buttons. And then here we're going to say user host CTA label. Let's put some default value like start hosting. And this is going to be what? Auth buttons props. And then let's open that. So for this one, we're going to say this is going to be a guest path, means user does not exist. So for that, if user is not available, in that case, we're going to return something. That is going to be a div tag. Have some classes like flex, items, center, gap of 2. And in here, we're going to say link, and we're going to give it an href, which is going to be slash login, and also have some classes like rounded full. Then we have border, then we have border inc 300, then we have px3, and then we have py 1.5. We have text dash xs. We have font semi bold, hold on, dash semi bold, there you go. And then we have text inc 700. All right, let's open that. And in here, actually no need to open. In here, we're gonna say sign in. Simple. After the link, we're gonna have another link, and that link is going to say create account. So give it an href. That is going to say register. Give it some classes like rounded dash full. Then we have bg dash brand 500. Then we have px3, py 1.5. We have text dash xs. We have font dash semi bold. Then we have text dash white. And then we have on hover state, we're gonna say bg brand 600. Save it. Let's go here. And we are not checking anything. Yeah, because we haven't wired this up to our nav bar. So let's actually do that real quick and see if we get any results. I mean, that is going to give us some results if we are locked out. So here, auth buttons. There you go. And this is going to have, hold on, two things. Yeah. User and host CTL label. And that we can provide as we do have the user here and we do have the host CTL label here. So user is going to be, come on, user. Host CTL label is going to be host CTA label. There you go. Let's get back here and let's take a look here. So we have actually nothing here yet. The reason is because I guess because we are, let me open this up in an incognito window here. And there you go. We are not logged in here. So it's giving us sign in button and create account button. And we're going to cover that signed in state just in a minute. So yeah, I'm going to close this one, get back to this one, logged in, and get back here. And now we're going to need to define some stuff for our logged in for authenticated users. So for that, let's go for function user menu. And here we're going to say for the name, and host CTA label again. This is going to go for name is going to be string, and host CTA label is going to be a string as well. Let's open that. And in here, we're going to say const open set open use state. Initially, that's false. And then we have const menu reference is equal to use ref. And we are going to say, hold on. Yeah. And we're going to say HTML div element. And this is going to say null for now. Let's come down here and let's go for the return. And in here, we're going to say div class relative. And the reference that we're going to give it is going to be this menu ref here that we just created here. Now, inside that, we're going to have a button. Button is going to have some classes like flex items dash center gap of 2 rounded dash full border ink 300 bg dash surface. All right, and then we have px3, we have py2, then we have shadow small as well. And to this button, we're gonna say its type is button, as well as we're gonna attach an on click on this one. So on click, we're gonna say, and we're gonna need to reload that once, I guess. Set open, and whatever the previous value is, we need that to be reversed automatically when it gets clicked. So I'm gonna save it, then I'm gonna reload the window. You might not need to do that. So yeah, no problem. Yeah, I missed one thing here, I guess. Yeah, there needs to be another. Yeah, there you go. No, actually, needs to be here. Save it. And now we're gonna go for the content that goes inside, and that is menu. And we're gonna say class name of height equal to 4 and width is equal to 4 as well. And text indent is going to be, sorry, text ink is gonna be 700. Then we're gonna go for the next one, that is going to be user circle 2, some classes like height 6, width 6, text ink 500. Save it, and now basically we need to bring this to our this auth buttons here. So after this non-authenticated users, this is authenticated users. For that, we're gonna just simply run user menu. That's it. It's gonna take two things, name and a host label, right? So name is gonna go here and host CT label is gonna go here. So for the name, we're gonna say user dot name if that exists. Then that, otherwise we're gonna say host simply. And for the host CT label, we're gonna say host CT label. Save it. Let's go to our browser here, refresh, and yet we have nothing here. Oh, the reason is because we need to return this for the authenticated users. Let's go back, and there you go. We are logged in and we can see this user menu here, and yet we need to do a few more things for this user menu to appear more probably, as it's going to have a context menu as well. So let's keep on building. At least right now we have a different state for both logged in and logged out users. All right, let's go here. So after this button here, I'm gonna say if it's open. If it's open, then in that case, I am going to return something. Hold on here. I am going to return something here. If not, then let's say for now, let's just say null, right? So in here, I'm gonna say div, have a class name of absolute, right 0, top of 12, and we have z 50, then we have width of 48, rounded to XL, we have border ink 200, we have BG surface, and then we have padding of 2, and then we have shadow of XL. There you go. Now inside that, we need a p tag. That p tag needs to say simply the name of the user. And it's going to have some classes as well, of course, as we are using Tailwind. So classes, classes, and classes. Here, px is going to be 3, py 2, text xx, and font dash medium. Then we have text dash ink 500 here, and there you go. Let's go back here, and this is what we see. Click on that, you see that. Click on that, that closes. There you go. That's my name. Let's keep building more. So after this p tag, I'm gonna have a link tag, and link is going to say bookings, and the href for that is going to be slash bookings. And let's add some classes like block width dash full rounded XL. We have px of 3 here, we have py of 2 here, and then we have text dash left, and we have text dash small. Hold on. Yeah, text left and then text small. Then we have font dash medium there, and then we text dash ink dash 700, and we have on hover state we're gonna say bg ink 100. Save it. Let's go here, take a look, and this is what do we have. Awesome, that's wonderful. Let's create another link tag here. And so for now I'm gonna just copy this one. This is going to change to host. Classes are going to be block with full rounded XL. Okay, and there is one more that I need to add, that on the medium screen sizes it's going to be hidden. And yeah, let's say host CDA label. Save it. Let's go here, and we do not see that, as that is for the mobile screens only. For the desktops, we are already covering that here, start hosting. Since we are just hiding this button on the mobile screens, so that's why we need that link here in this context menu on the mobile screen. That's why that's there. So if I reduce its height, there you go, start hosting, you get to see that button there. That's gone, this is visible, and now that is visible, and that is gone. So there you go. And now in here, we also are going to give it an on click. So that on click is going to go for set open false. And I don't know what that issue is with my VS Code, but this, whenever I do this special thing, this seems to stuck, and I always need to reload my window. So let's do that. Yeah, seems like we also need to do that for the other button as well. So I'm gonna copy that, and let's go for the booking here and save it. So basically, the whole idea of this on click is that when you click on an item, that is going to close the context menu. So like there's no need. I mean, it will not be a good user experience if you click on something and the context menu still stays open until the page is refreshed. That needs to be closed right away when something is clicked, and that's what we're doing with this on click effect here. Right after this link, let's create a button here, and I'm going to give it some classes like width dash full rounded XL. We have px of 3, then we have py of 2, text left, text also small, font medium, text ink 700, and then we have on hover it's going to be bg ink 100, and this button is going to say sign out, right? And this is going to have an on click, and I'm gonna try some different approach this time. So let's say we are going for, yeah, hold on. So arrow function here, I need to put those parentheses here, which I'm gonna do at the end because I don't want to reload my browser, my code editor one more time. So I will figure out whatever that issue is. And okay, so here, sign out. And for this thing here, we're gonna say callback URL. And seems like I still need to do that. Yeah. Well, let's reload it. Yeah, there you go. So that's our button. And I need to say type is button for this one. Save it. Let's go here. Let's click on that. Now, if I sign out, there you go. We are signed out. And if I sign in, we have this beautiful page. If we click on create account, we have this beautiful page. We can also switch from here. Let's go to sign in. And I am not sure. Okay, so, and in here, Ali add example.com and password 123, sign in, and we are logged in here. As you guys can see, this is Ali Murtaza. If you go to bookings page, that's going to give us an error 404 because that page is not existed yet. Now there are a few more things that I would like to implement. For example, if I click in here, I need to click on this one exactly in order for it to be closed. If I click outside, that also needs to be closed, and for that we're going to need a use effect. So let's work on that. Let's go above the return here, and in here basically we're going to run a use effect. So use effect basically runs after paint. We register document level listeners, so like clicking, tapping outside the menu closes it. Pressing escape also closes it. That's like keyboard accessibility. That is also we're going to implement in this one. So yeah, let's do that. Use effect. And let's run an arrow function here. Open that. We have function, not function, sorry. Handle pointer down. So this is going to be an event, and it's going to be mouse event or touch event. Let's open that. So if menu ref dot current doesn't exist, we return simply. That's simple. Const target is equal to event dot target as node or null, right? So if target and also if target exists, also menu ref dot current dot contains target, that's not false, only then we say set open false. right? And now let's come down here, function, handle, escape. That's an event, and that is a keyboard event. Let's open that. And if event dot key is identical to escape, then we're gonna say set open to false, and we still need to use that, right? So just hold on. All right, now after this function here, what we're gonna say is we're gonna say document dot add event listener, and we're gonna say mouse down, and that's gonna say handle pointer down. I'm gonna duplicate it 2 more times, and for the second one I'm gonna say touch start, and for the third one I'm gonna say key down, and this is gonna be handle escape, right? And if we go here, click outside, that's going. That's wonderful. If I click escape button from my keyboard, that is also going. So both of our functions and functionalities are working. Now there's one more thing that we just need to do. We need to return that. So return an arrow function, which basically is going to do exactly this, that document dot remove event listener. And actually the better way to do that is I'm gonna just pull all of these here, and I'm gonna select all. So add event listener, remove event listener. We are removing all of those event listeners, and when that is going to run, that is going to run on an empty, that means empty dependency array, that it only runs once on mount. And then we are also cleaning it up on unmount using the return here, right? So let's hold on. We have an issue here. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna just stop it and run it again. And there you go. Our problem is solved. Click outside. That's wonderful. Sign out, everything works. Escape button, everything works. And with that, we are done with this our navigation, and now we need to do only one more thing, and that is we're gonna change the icon here as well. All right, and in order to do this icon, let's go to our code editor in here, and I'm going to open up this app in the Finder. Okay, and in here, that is basically in my YouTube Airbnb clone, my source directory here, then app, and there you go. And I'm gonna put the file here that you can find in the GitHub repo that I have given in the video description. So yeah, that is there. And now if we go here, there you go, our icon has been changed automatically. There's nothing else that you need to do. And with that, we are done with this section as well, and we are ready to move on. Let's go to our code editor and let's start working on our page.tsx file, basically the main home page here. I'm going to close everything and I'm going to search for the page.tsx inside source and app. There you go. So this is what we have, and I'm just going to get rid of everything rfc home. There you go. This is what we have right now. There you go. Okay, let's start building. And now I'm gonna import a link from next link. I'm also gonna import format from datefns, and I'm also gonna import chevron right from lucid react, as well as I'm going to import flame, home, and then I'm going to import landmark, mountain, palm tree, and then snowflake, tree palm. There you go. And then I'm going to import users from Lucid React, as well as finally waves. So we need all of these icons from the Lucid React. Then I'm going to import fetch a demo properties from our demo properties. Let's go. Now I'm going to define a type. So type homepage props is equal to, then search param, sorry, not use search, but search params. Then it's going to be a promise. And then I'm going to open that. And now inside this, there's going to be a optional location, nullable location, right? So category is also nullable, string, check in, string, check out is going to be string, and then guests, string, adults, string, children, string, and also infants is going to be a string as well. And that's pretty much it for this type. And now we need to create some category chips. Basically, clicking one adds. For now, we are just gonna create those category items here, but we are not going to use them right away. We're gonna use them a bit later. So, but it needs to have those here. So const category items is equal to an array. There you go. And then it's an array of objects basically. So label is going to be scenic views, and then icon for this is going to be mountain. And then I'm going to duplicate this. The icon changes to palm tree, and the text changes to beach front. Let's duplicate that. Text changes to guest favorites, and the icon changes to flame. Duplicate, update text to cabins, and the icon become home. Update, duplicate, cabin becomes countryside stays, and the icon changes to tree palm. Let's duplicate one more time, and then this becomes lake front, and the icon changes to waves. Duplicate, lakefront changes to historic homes, and the waves changes to landmark. Duplicate, this changes to ski in, out, and the landmark changes to snowflake. And we need to define one more type in here. So let's do that here. So type unified card is equal to this type. So ID, string, title, string, image also string, city is going to be also string. Then we have category, string, host name, string, we have rating, that is going to be a number. Then we have a price, that's also number. Then we have max guests, that's also number. And then we have available dates, that's an array of strings. And then we have is external, that's going to be a boolean. All right, let's actually start writing our home component now here. So this is going to be export default async function home page, right? And then in here, before that, inside here, I'm gonna go for search params, and I'm gonna home page props. And now in here, I'm gonna say const params is equal to await search params. Yeah, there you go. This cabin, this needs to be home icon. There you go. And now there's a lot of things that we need to add into our home page that are basically not going to be visible on the UI, because that's not UI, that's logic. And we're going to write that from time to time, right? So let's work on the UI here first. Let's create return here. And inside that, let's take main, give it some classes like mx auto, min height screen, max width 7xl. Then we have padding bottom of 14, and we have padding top of 8, right? And before that, we have padding x of 4. After the padding, we need on the medium devices and onward, we need px of 8. Then we have on the medium devices, we need padding bottom of 12. And then on the medium devices, we need padding top of 6. All right, let's go inside here, and I'm gonna go for a section. And section is going to have some classes, obviously. So rounded, 3xl. There you go. Then we have border. Then we have border ink 200. We have bg gradient dash 2 dash br. And we have from brand 50. Then we have via surface, and then we have 2 ink 50, and then we have padding of 6, and on medium devices we need padding of 10. There you go. Now inside that, let's go there, and I'm gonna create a div. This div is going to have some classes like mx dash auto, max dash width dash this, and then we add 50.5 rem, and then text dash center. Let's go inside. Let's have a p tag that is going to say thoughtfully selected homes across the United States, and provide some classes to the p tag. And text small, font semi bold, uppercase, we have tracking, and instead of normal, I'm gonna go for 0.2 m. Then we have text brand 600. After the p tag here, let's have an h1, and that's gonna say find the right place to stay. So give it some classes like margin top 5, then text 3XL, then font dash bold, then tracking dash tight, then text ink 900, and on medium screen sizes and onward it's gonna be margin top 3, and also text 5XL. Let's save it. Let's go here and let's see what do we have. So this is what it looks like for now, and let's keep building. Here we need a p tag, so I'm gonna type explore professionally presented stays in leading US destinations, filter by location, dates, and guest count to shortlist the best fit for your trip. And let's give it some classes. So class name MX Auto, margin top of 4, then we have max width of 2XL, then we have text dash small, leading relaxed, text ink 600, and on medium screen sizes and onward it's going to be margin top of 3, and then also it's going to be text base. All right, now let's get out of this div here and create a new div here, and I'm gonna give it a class name of MX Auto, margin top 7, then max dash width dash square brackets and max 57.5 rem, and then on medium screen sizes this is going to be margin top of 8, and now inside that we are going to have a home search bar, basically a component that we have not created yet, something like home search bar, something like that. All right, let's go take a look how it looks here. So this is what do we have so far. So this is what we have so far, and let's go back to our code editor, and now after this div we're going to create another div and give it some class names. MX Auto, margin top 6, flex, max dash width dash, and then inside that here I'm gonna say 57.5 rem, items start, then justify between, and then gap of 3. There you go. Let's have another div inside that, give it some classes like hide dash scroll bar, and that class does not exist in Tailwind CSS. Instead, that is there in the globals.css that we created. So if you take a look here, if I search for that, so this is the class that we created manually, and that's what we're using here. Okay, hide scroll bar, then we have flex, then we have gap of 2, and then we have overflow x auto, and then white space is going to be no wrap, and then padding bottom is going to be 1. Let's go inside here, and now what I'm going to do is open this code block. So category items dot map one single item inside this, and open an arrow function, and now inside that I'm going to go for const icon is equal to item dot icon, and let me pull this up like this. Hold on, what error do we have? Is void. Oh, okay, we can handle that, no problem. So here const is active is equal to params dot category is identical to item.label, right? Then we're going to return this. So on the return, we're going to say link, and that link is going to say here icon. That's going to have some classes like height dash 4 and width dash 4. And also there's going to be a span tag, which is going to showcase only item that dot label. And this link is going to have an href. This is basically for the filtering, which we will not do yet. So I will only put something like hashtag here for now. And we also need to provide another attribute here, and that is going to be like component key here. So that is key, and that's going to be item dot label. Save it. If I go here, so this is what it looks like for now. And now we need to style them better, right? So for that, I'm going to need to give a class name to this. So that's going to be inline dash flex. Then we have shrink 0. Then we have items dash center. We have gap of 2. We have rounded dash full border. Then px4. Then we have padding y 2. And we have text dash small. We have font dash medium. And finally, we have transition here. Save it. Let's go here, and this is what it looks like for now. And this looks actually really good. And we haven't put any functionality for this, as you guys can see here on the little here. This shows this hash because we haven't put any params for the location or guests for adults or things like that. And now there's one more thing that we need to add, and that is for this CSS basically, for these classes basically, I'm gonna copy these classes, cut it once, open code block, go for the template literals, paste those classes back again, and in here I'm gonna say if is active. In that case, I'm going to say border ink 900, bg ink 900, text dash white, and otherwise it's going to be border ink 300, also text ink 700, and on hover it's going to be bg ink 100. Save it. Let's go back here. There you go. That's our hover effect. If I click on this one, and of course this is not going to become active yet, so we can do a few things here. So first of all, let's see, what do we have here? We have, for example, let's say this beachfront, right? So I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna type slash this question mark category and then this text here beachfront, and this is going to make sure that this one is selected. And now basically we need to make that work in this href, right? So for that, I'm gonna get rid of this, and let's add this thing here. I'm gonna go for category, and then for the category I'm gonna go for encode URI component, and then in here I'm gonna go for item dot label, and that's pretty much it. So now if I go back here, refresh, click on this one, there you go, the link has been updated. So does this button. Click here, 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 the URL changes, so does the text here, the button. And this is excellent, exceptional. So let's keep building. Now, after this div where we have this height scroller, we need to get out of this div and we need to create a basically here we're gonna target what we're gonna target. We are gonna target has any filter which we are gonna create later, right? But for now, let's say link, and the text is going to say clear filters. Then here we have href. The href is just gonna say, let's go back to root, right? And give it some class names. So the class name is going to be inline flex, shrink 0, items center, gap of 2, rounded full, border ink 300, px4, py2, text dash small. Then we have font medium, text ink 700. Then we have on hover bg dash ink dash 100. Right, save it. Let's go back here. So this is the button that we want to display here basically, but that button should only be displayed right now. As you guys can see, this is already selected, right? But this I mean this is already visible, but this button should only be displayed when a filter is selected like this. We are not on the home page, but we are on a category page. Then this should be visible, and that is what we need to implement now, right? So for that, let's go above here, and in here I'm gonna say const has any filter is going to be boolean, and in here I'm gonna say params, come on, params dot category trim. For now, that's pretty much it, but we're going to end up adding more filters to it, a lot of more filters to it, like when we add all of this stuff, like check-in. For now, we're just adding category. Then we need to add location, check-in, check-out, guest, adult, children, friends. All of those are going to be here. So has any filter is going to need to come here. So I'm going to add that here. If that is the case, only then we want to display this. Otherwise, it's just going to be null. So save it. Let's go back here. As you guys can see, that is gone. So now if I select this thing, there you go. You can see the button. If I clear filter, there's no clear filter button here now as we are on the home page. Brilliant. All right, let's come down here and I'm going to create a p tag here. Give it a class name of mx auto, margin top of 3 here, max dash width dash square brackets, and I'm gonna go for 57.5 rem. Then we have text dash small, we have text dash ink 600, and that's pretty much it. And now inside that I'm gonna show showing stays for, and that's just a space here. Let's have a span tag, and that is going to say guests, and that is just for now. Later on we will update that. And font, actually class name font medium here, text dash ink 900 here, and I'm gonna duplicate it a few times, and inside that I'm gonna have this little dot here and here as well, and that's pretty much it. Now let's change this thing from guests to dates, and then we have this thing here as location. Let's save it. Let's go to our browser here. So this is what we have showing results. Here we're gonna show the exact number of guests that user will select. There are going to be the dates, and this is going to be the location whatever user has selected, and we're gonna fix that. We're gonna showcase the real data in a bit. All right, so now when this section is closed, we're gonna create a new section here. There you go. Give it some class names like margin top of 10. Here we have on medium screen sizes, it's going to be margin top of 8. All right, let's come inside here. And here I'm gonna go for div class of margin bottom 4 flex items center gap of 2. Let's come inside here. We have h2, and then here we have class name of text dash 2xl font dash semi bold tracking tight, and then we have text ink 900. This is going to say top picks across the United States. Save it. Let's go to the browser, and this is what it looks like. Now under that, we're gonna have a chevron right, and this is going to have some classes like height of 5, width of also 5, and text ink 700. Save it, and yeah, actually, yeah, this needs to be outside the h2 here. There you go. This is how it's supposed to look. Perfect. So now after this div here, I'm going to come down here, create another div, and that is going to have some classes. Let's say grid calls 2, gap on x-axis is going to be 4, gap on y-axis it's going to be 6, and we have on medium screen sizes, the grid calls are going to be 3, and on medium screen sizes gap is going to be 4 generally, and on larger screen sizes grid column are going to be 4. Let's open that, and now here we're gonna need basically a thing here that actually, let me show you this. So let's go for the link here, and I'm gonna say, and the link is going to have some classes, of course. So block and space y2, and then if we go inside the link, it is going to have a div tag which is going to have some classes like overflow hidden, then we have rounded to excel. Let's go inside here. We're going to have an image here. For that, we're going to create a component, and which we have not created yet, but we will soon. After that, here we need to get out of this div here, and here we need another div, and that div is going to have classes, of course. So space dash y 0.5, there you go, and we have px 0.5. Let's come inside here, and here we have a p tag, and it's going to be city. Give it some classes like inline, flex, then we have rounded, full, then we have bg ink 100, then we have px of 2, then we have py 0.5, we have text of 11 pixels, then we have font of medium, we have text ink 700. Save it. Let's go here, and we have an error. Well, that is because we are missing our href here. So let's put that there. Hash for now. Save it. So far this is how it looks. We have not added any image yet, and that's why. But This is going to look nice. Don't worry. All right, after this p tag, here we have another p tag, and I'm gonna give it some classes like line dash clamp 1, text small, font medium, text ink 900. Open that, and inside there is going to be a title. Then after that, there's going to be another p tag with more CSS classes like line clamp 1 again. Text is going to be access this time. Then we have text ink 500. Open that, and here we have, this is going to be for example 100 for 2 nights, something like that. And then after that, here we have a span tag. Let's give it some classes like margin left is going to be 1. Then we have inline flex, we have items center, we have gap of 0.5. Open that, and we have an icon star. Lucid from, yeah, that's from Lucid React. And here we're gonna give it some classes like height of 3 here, width of 3 here, fill underscore current. Then we have text ink 700, and after that we're gonna say rating. Let's go here. So this is what do we have. So basically we have the name of the city, we have the title, we have this little pricing, we have also the rating. We have the rating, let's say it's 4.5 for now. Yeah, so that's 4.5, and we also have an image here which we have not done yet. So originally this basically whole thing, this whole link is supposed to be inside a loop, and that's exactly what we're going to do now. But before that, we need to create that loop, right? And before that, we need to create that loop. So let's do that here. Let's move here on before the return here, write this variable const demo property, and it's actually is going to be, no, hold on, yeah, demo properties is equal to await, and for that it's gonna be fetch demo properties, and make sure we are importing that. Yes, we are. Right, so after that here I'm gonna write const all cards is equal to, hold on, yeah, all cards, it's gonna be unified card, an array, right? And there you go. So on this array, and then here I'm gonna go for dot 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 demo properties, basically rest side operator, and dot map. In here we have property and index. Let's create an arrow function here, and for that we are gonna go for id property dot id. Then we have title property dot title. Yeah, and then we have image. Let's go for property dot image here. Then we have city, and for that we're gonna use basically something like normalize us city, and inside that we're gonna say property dot city. So for now we will just put that to comment, just like that. And then we go for category, and category is going to hold a few things. For example, so category items, and then this is gonna say index percentage category, items dot length, right? We're basically getting the modular operator here, and then dot label, and then here, if we have that, then we're gonna bring its label. If not, then it just simply says trending, and I'm gonna put that to comment here again. And then here we have host name is going to be property dot host name. Then we have rating is going to be property dot rating. Here we have price is going to be property dot price per night. And then we have max guests property dot max guests. Available dates are going to be property dot available dates, and then is external is going to be true. So right now we have all of these red lines. So type void is not accessible to type unified card. First of all, there are too many red lines than it should be, and I'm seeing that we're forgetting one important parenthesis block here. So let's do that. There you go. So we were forgetting this one, so that we added just that. And now we need to add these two things: normalize US city. All right, and I'm gonna uncomment this for now. So normalize US city, and for that I'm gonna get out of this export function here, and I'm gonna go here under category items. So let's go for function normalize US city. It's going to take a location, which is going to be a string. All right. So const lower is equal to location dot to lowercase. And if lower dot includes New York, it's going to return something like New York, United States. And that's pretty much it. Let's do this a few times here. If that is going to contain something like Los Angeles, so it's gonna say here and it's United States still. So there you go, we have Miami, and this changes to Miami here. We have Chicago here, and this changes to Chicago, of course. And then here we have Seattle, and it changes to Seattle. And let's duplicate that one more time. This changes to San Francisco. Hold on. CISCO. Yeah. And this changes to that again. San Francisco. Let's duplicate that. And now we have Boston. And this changes to Boston, of course. And then finally, we return United States. All right, and now that is what we are using here. So that error is gone, and all cards are declared, but it's never okay. We will figure that out in a minute. And now here the category, let's uncomment that, as we already have this category items here. So let's just make sure we are using the right spellings. Yeah, we were not, or we are actually not using the correct ones here. Yeah. Category items. There you go. That's category items, that's category items, and that's pretty much it for this thing here. And now after the all cards, here we're gonna need to create a const, so it's gonna be unified cards is equal to all cards dot filter, and we're gonna say card here, and then we're gonna open that, and let's go inside. So const here we're gonna say by category is equal to params dot category, and if that exists, then we're gonna say card dot category dot to lowercase is identical to params dot category dot to lowercase, something like that. And if that's not the case, then we return simply true. And then finally here, after this const here, we return from this function by category. There you go. And now we need to use this unified cards. So don't worry if you see any error here, that all is going to be resolved. So this unified cards, now I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna say const limited cards is equal to unified cards dot slice, and we're gonna bring those from the 1st to the 20th. We're just only using them. And then I'm gonna say const default grid cards is equal to limited cards, and that's pretty much it. And now we need to use this thing. Yeah, category. Yeah, spelling was wrong. And now let's come down here, and inside this grid above this link, we are gonna say default grid cards dot map. Come on. Yeah, and it's gonna say item index. We need these two arguments, and let's open that. And inside here, I'm gonna go for the link. I'm gonna select this link from here till here, and I'm gonna paste that here. And now there are a few things that we need to cover. For first of all, this city needs to say right now item dot city. Then this 100 thing needs to say, actually before that we have this item dot title. Then in here we're gonna say $sign here, then item dot price, and then in here we're gonna say item dot rating. Let's save it. Let's go to our editor here, and this is what we have. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 20. And if I refresh, we have this little issue here that link says should have a unique key. Oh, okay, that we can do here. So key is going to be item.id. Save it. Let's go back here. Now we need to bring the image here, but the problem is we have not created the image block here yet, and now we need to do that. So for that, let's go to our components folder here, and I'm gonna create a new file. This is going to say safe-image.tsx. Okay, so let's say use client, then we have use state, then we have image from next image, right? And now here let's define the type here. Safe image props is equal to this type, and that is going to be source. Hold on, src is going to be a string. Then we have alt is also going to be a string. Then we have a width, which is going to be a number. Height also number. Then we have class name, which is optional, and it's going to be a string. And then we have priority, which is also nullable optional, that is boolean. All right, now after that, here there is one image that I would like you to keep as a fallback image. And for that, const fallback image is equal to this image link here. That basically is given to you already through GitHub repo. Please, you can copy that from there. And now let's come down here. Let's write export function save image. It's gonna take a few arguments. So source, alt, width, height, class name, priority is equal to false by default. And we're gonna say that these are save image props. And then we're gonna open that. And this needs to be corrected with right now in here const, let's say failed sources set failed sources is equal to use state. And for that, we're gonna say record, and that record itself is going to say string and boolean. And then after that, here we need to say something like an empty object. Const requested source is equal to source or fallback image in case the source is not working. Then we have const current source is equal to failed sources. Then we go for requested source. If that exists, then if that's true, then we go for the fallback image. And if that's not true, then we go for the requested source. Now in here, let's finally do return. And for the return, I'm gonna say image and give it a source of current source. Then we have alt to alt. Then we have width to width. We have height to height. And we have priority to, of course, priority. Then we have class name to class name. And then we have on error. And this is going to say an error function here. Set failed source. Set failed sources. Let's create parentheses here and previous, and then go for an arrow function here. Again, open that, and now inside that, we're gonna say dot 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 previous, whatever that value is, and then we are also using the requested sources, and we're setting that to true. And that's pretty much it. And now we need to use this image inside our page.tsx file. So for that, here, okay, so let's go for the save image component here. And for that, it's gonna take something like source, and that is, in this case, item.image. Then we have alt, that is item.title. Then we have width, which is going to be 420. Yeah, this needs to say in this one. That needs to be 420. And then it also needs height, and that's gonna be 280. And then we have class name. That class name is going to be height 48 and width dash full and object cover. And then we have priority set to something like index is less than 4. So let's go take a look. And there you go. This is basically our fallback image. And the reason is because we haven't put any images to the project yet. And for that, let me bring this up. I have this images folder. I'm gonna copy this from here. Go to the YouTube Airbnb clone. Then I have this public. And I'm gonna put that folder there. There you go. Images. It has a listings folder and it has all of these images that is already given to you in the GitHub repo. So you please download that GitHub repo and you get everything from there. I'm gonna refresh and there you go. You have all of your products, all of your properties looking very nice. And now it is the time that we start working on the footer. Let's go to our code editor here, and I am gonna go for the section after the closing section. Here we are going to create a footer. Let's give it some classes like margin top is 16, rounded 3XL. It has a border ink 200, BG surface. Then it also has a padding of 6, shadow small. On medium screen sizes, it is margin top 14, and on medium screen sizes, it has a padding of 7 as well. And now let's open that, create a div, give it some classes like grid, gap of 8, medium screen sizes, grid calls 4. Open that, have another div, give it some classes like text. Hold on. Yeah, on medium screen sizes, it's gonna be call span 2. Open that, have an h3 here, classes, text 2XL, then have font semi bold, text ink 900. It's gonna say StayScape after the h3. Let's have a p tag. Let's say discover carefully curated US stays with a booking flow designed for clarity and confidence. There you go. Compare homes quickly and reserve with ease. Let's give it some classes as well. Something like margin top is going to be 3. Then have a max width of XL. Yeah, there you go. And text is also small. Text. Then text ink 600. There you go. After this p tag, create another p tag, and you're gonna say inside that, let's have users. Give it some classes like height of 3.5, width of 3.5, and after that, let's have powered by curated sample listing data focused on US destinations. Give it some classes. Class name, margin top dash 5, inline flex, items center, gap of 1, text xx and text inc 500. Save it. Let's go to our browser and take a look. So this is what do we have so far, Let's go to our code editor once more. After this p tag, here we have this div. Let's get out of that div and create another div. And now inside that div have an h4 that's gonna say explore. Give it some classes like text-sm. Then we have font semi bold. We have text ink 900. Save it, and there you go. Right here we are going to get a ul.empty-3. All right, and also we're gonna say space y2 text sm text ink 600. Open that. Li city gateways, Li coastal retreats, Li cabin weekends, Li extended stays. Save it. Let's go here. This is what we have. So now let's get out of this div and create another div. Matter of fact, let's copy this everything from here to here. This thing needs to say now support, and let's change this from this to guest help center. Then we have host guidelines. Here we have cancellation policy, and then we have here trust and safety, right? And now we have this grid. Let's get out of this div, and above the footer we're going to create another div, and we're going to give it a class name of margin top 8, border ink 200, then padding top is 4, and then we have text access, and we have text ink 500. And inside there we're gonna have a copy, and then we're gonna say new date dot get full year, right? And StayScape all rights reserved. Save it. And let's go here to our browser, and this is what we have. So with that, our footer is 100% completed, and but we are not done with the home page yet. We still need to work on the main part, the search integration in this area above this. All right, let's get started working on that. And for that, we're gonna need a bunch of files, and this is the most important part of this application, this search system that we are basically going to create. So let's go to source lib, and in here we're going to create a file that's going to be booking-rules.ts. We might not use that for now, but it's just a small file and very important one, so we need that. So we're going to find export const processing dash underscore fee underscore rate is equal to 0.08, right? Then we have export const max infants is equal to 2, and then we have export const minimum adults is equal to 1, and that's pretty much it. Now we need to create the main file, and that main file is, we're gonna go for source, then components, and in here we're gonna create the file home dash search dash bar dot tsx. So let's use client for this file, as there's going to be a lot of state handling. Import, actually, let's say use effect, then let's say use memo, then we have use ref, and we have use state. We're using all bunch of hooks here. So we also are going to use form status. There you go. And then we have import format from date fns. And then we have also search from Lucid React, right? And then we also have import type date range from React Day Picker. And we need a few more files. So let's get this one for now. Max infants, and we need a couple of more files, but we are gonna do them uh, along with the progress as we are gonna do. So let's say we're gonna need a type here. Type home search bar props is equal to this type, and initial location is optional, and it's gonna be a string. Initial guests are also string. Adults are also string. Initial children are also string. String here. And initial check-in is also string, and initial check out is also string. And with that, we're done with the type here. And now we're gonna need to create a function for the search submit button. So just like we did for the register page. So const pending is equal to use form status. And now in here, we're gonna say return button. Give it some classes like inline dash flex, width dash full, items center, justify center, gap of 2, rounded full, bg dash brand dash 500. Then we have px of 5. Then we have py of 3. We have text of small. We have font semi bold. We have text dash white. And then we have on hover state, the bg brand is going to be 600, a little darker. And on disabled state, this is going to say opacity 70. And then on medium screen sizes and onward, the width is going to be auto. And now this needs a few more things, like on disabled is going to be if pending is true. Now inside that, we're gonna go for search, and we're gonna give it some classes like height dash 4, width dash 4. And after that, we need if pending is true, then we're gonna say searching. Otherwise, we're gonna say search. And that's pretty much it for this button. And now we need the export function home search bar, and this is gonna take a lot of arguments, and I'm gonna need to copy these from here. I'm gonna need to put them here and get rid of this stuff from here. Just give me a moment, as I do not want to type them again. So there you go, comma and comma here. And then finally for this one, we're gonna say home search props, and we're gonna open that here. Now inside here, let's go for const container reference is going to be use ref, and that's gonna be HTML div element, and here we're gonna say null. That's pretty much it. Now const active panel and set active panel are going to be equal to use state, and with that we're going to be very specific. So here we're gonna say where or when, or it's gonna be who, and or finally it's gonna be null. And for that, initially we're going with the null. Let's create another one, and that would be const location, and set location is going to be equal to use state initial location. There you go. And if that exists, that's good. Otherwise it's simply just an empty state. And yeah, that's it. And const adults set adults is equal to use state. We're going to use number here, and it's going to go for initial adults or initial guests, or simply just one. Then we have const children set children is equal to use state here. We're going to go for number here. We're going to go for initial children or simply 0. Then const, I'm going to go for infants and set infants is equal to use state number, and it's going to be initial infants, and it's 0. All right. And there's one more thing that we need to do. That would be const range set range is equal to use state, and hold on, yeah, sorry, there, let's go for date range or undefined. And then in here we're gonna go for from to validate initial check-in, and to validate initial check out. And that to validate is something that basically we still haven't written yet, and that is that we need to bring from another file that we are going to create in a minute. So for that reason, let's say I'm going to put this on comment, save it. Now before we move on to the next state that we're going to create, I think it's good if we just create this to validate function here and we export that. And for that, let's go to our source file, source folder. Then we have lib, and inside that let's create a new file and say date-utils.ts. And this is a very simple file here basically. So let's write export function to validate, and it's going to take an optional value, and that is going to be a string. And now, so if the value doesn't exist, then it simply is just going to return undefined. And in other cases, of course, const date is going to be equal to new date and whatever the value was given to the new date here. and then return number dot is not in number, then date dot get time here. So if that's true, then that's going to be undefined if that is not a number, right? And then otherwise, if it is a date, then of course let's show the date. And that's just it. And now we need to pull that actually here. So let me go here, import, and we're gonna say, let me open that file. So that's easy for importing. We're gonna import to validate. There you go. And now let's keep moving. So next here, we're gonna need to create const is desktop view port, set is desktop view port is equal to use state, and simply that's gonna be false. And then we have const total guests is equal to adults plus children plus infants. All right, let's write return here. Let's go inside and create a div. I'm gonna give it some classes like relative, rounded, and that is going to be 32 pixels. After that, here we have BG surface. We have padding of 2.5, shadow small, and we have on medium screen sizes, it's going to be border, and also on medium and onward, it's going to be border ink 200, and also for the medium, it's going to be padding dash 4. Let's go inside, and now in here, we're gonna do a few things here basically. First of all, there's going to be an active panel thing, right? So yes, we do have this active panel here. So for that, we're gonna see if active panel is true. In that case, we're gonna return something, and otherwise it's gonna say null. And in here, I'm gonna say button. Let's have some classes like fixed, insert 0, z of 10, bg ink 900 with the opacity of 20. Then we have backdrop blur, and this is going to be 1 pixel only. And then of course we have a few more adjustments here for the button. For example, type is going to be the button. Then also area label, we're going to add that. So close panel. And then we have an on click here. And that's going to be set active panel. And that's going to say null. Save it. There you go. And actually this thing, this is just, hold on. Yeah, let me get rid of this thing here. Yeah, this is just a button which does not have a closing button, and this is going to be used as full screen scream behind panels on mobile specifically. So click to this is something like that. All right, after that button, we're gonna create a form here. And first of all, let's give it some classes like rounded dash 28 pixels here, and then we have border, and then we have border ink 300, padding of 2.5. We have also shading of small. Then we have on medium screen sizes, the rounded is going to be full instead of 28 pixels, and also on medium screen sizes it's going to be padding of 1.5. Let's go inside. No need for the action here. And in here, create a div, give it some classes like space dash y dash 2. Then we have on medium screen sizes, and onward we're going to hide this. Basically this is only for the mobile. So it's going to be a button, give it some classes like width dash full. We have rounded to XL. We have border ink 200. Then we have bg dash surface. We have px4. We have py 2.5. And then we have text dash left, shadow small, shadow ink 900 slash 5 only. We have a transition, and on hover it's going to be bg ink 100. On medium screen sizes and onward it's going to be border dash transparent. Then also on medium it's going to be bg dash transparent, and also on medium it's going to be shadow dash none. Let's open that, and in here I'm gonna have a span which is going to say where, and another span which is going to say location, or it's gonna say choose a destination. All right, this span needs some text, so class block text access. Here we have font semi bold, and we have text ink 900, and this thing here class name block text small, text ink 600. Let's go to our page.tsx file here, and I'm gonna look for, let's go to the home page. Yeah, there you go. This is the part where we need to showcase. So add import, there you go. So now we are importing home search bar from there, and we also have this thing here. So let's go to our browser. So this is what we have, and since that is for the mobile screens only, so I'm gonna click on inspect. I'm gonna click on this mobile here, and let's go for iPhone 14 Pro Max for now, and this is going to be changed to, yeah, fit to window here. Let's refresh. Yeah, there you go. This is what we have, and we still need to do adjust a lot of things, I know, so do not worry about that. Everything is going to be good. We just need to make sure that this looks good, and we do have this where on the mobile screen, but that is not visible on the desktop, which we will cover in a bit. So yeah, don't worry. Let's go here, and we're gonna need to add an on click. So here we're gonna say set active panel, and I'm gonna need to reload panel here. So set active panel here, and this is going to be active panel is identical to where null, otherwise it's where. So we are basically making sure, yeah, we are just basically making sure that if the active panel is where, then we just disable that, and if it's not, then we just make that activate. And now after this button we're gonna have another button, Let's give it some classes like width dash full. Actually, this is gonna have same classes as this, so why not just copy them? Yeah, copy the classes from here to here, and also give it an on click. There you go. And then here we have set active panel, active panel. If that is equal to who, then we're gonna say null, otherwise we're gonna say who. And inside the button, we're gonna create a span tag, which we will do after we reload our window. So yeah, let's do that. Here, let's go for the span, give it some classes. Yeah, this spelling looks terrible here. Active. Yeah, there you go. Active panel here, 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 and here. Yeah. So this class name is going to be, for this span, block text dash access font dash semi bold, and we have text ink 900, and this is going to say who. Let's duplicate that, and the next one is going to say block font. This is not needed here. This is going to say 600, and in here we're going to say so total guests. If that is more than 0, then and otherwise add travelers, and this thing is gonna say total guest, and in here we're gonna say total guests. If that is more than 1, then we add s, otherwise we add nothing. And I'm gonna override it. Yeah. And here I just realized that we forgot a button here, so let's add that button here as well. So class name is going to be the same as these ones, so I'm gonna copy this, put them there, and this button is going to have a span just like the rest of them. I'm gonna copy these from here, put them there, and this is gonna say when, and here we're gonna write something which we do not have yet, basically. Yeah, let me get this down here. So it's gonna be when label, which is not there, so let's put just say when label, some simple text here. All right, and now just like others, let's add on click here, arrow function, set active panel. This is gonna say active panel if that is identical to when. In here we're gonna say null, sorry, otherwise we're gonna say when. And I need to reload the window. I'm gonna just fix that reloading thing, and that's so annoying. Okay, let's scroll down here. After this button here, we're gonna say add a div, give it a class name of padding top of 2, and in here we're gonna say search submit, hold on, search submit button, and that's it. Let's go to our browser here. I'm gonna minimize it like this, and this is what we have. We have when, we have where, we have when, we have who, and let me get this done. Reset. Yeah, sorry. Hard reload, minimizing it here, and this is how it looks, which is going to be good. This thing is going to be looking good at the end, but we have everything that we need. We have all of this, so let's keep on building. Let's do the desktop thing here now. So let's go here. So after this div and before the form, let's come here and create another div. Give it some classes like hidden. That's by default hidden on mobile phones. A gap of 1 on medium screen sizes, and onward it's gonna be grid. Then we have on medium screen size and onward it's gonna be grid dash calls dash, hold on, grid calls to 1, and it's gonna change to 1.5 fraction underscore 1.5 fraction underscore, and this needs to change to fr, not tr, underscore. And then again the third one is 1 fraction, and then the last one is auto, right? Now in here, inside this one, we're gonna have a button. That button is going to have some classes like rounded dash full. We have border, we have border transparent. Then we have px4, we have py2, we have text dash left, we have on hover it's gonna be pg ink 100, right? And inside that button we're gonna say have a span class name block text dash access font dash semi bold text ink 900, and it's gonna say where. Let's have another span tag. It's gonna give a class name, so like block text dash sm, and then here we have text ink 600, and this is going to say location, or if that is not available, then we're gonna say choose a destination. Save it. Let's go to our browser here, and there you go. We are looking at a nicely refined, very beautiful UI, and it's gonna look even more amazing when we have rest of the sections here. Let's keep forwarding, and after this button here, we're gonna create another button, give it some classes, and rounded dash full border transparent px4 py2, we have text dash left, then we have on hover state we're gonna say bg ink is going to be 100. Let's open that, and in here we're gonna have a span, actually two spans class. Actually, let's copy them from here, and this is gonna change to when. And in here we're supposed to say when label, which we haven't created yet, and we will do that soon. And in here let's create on click an arrow function here, and that is going to be set active panel. If that is identical to when, then we're gonna set it to null, otherwise we're gonna set it to when. All right, and now after this button here, we're gonna have another button. I'm gonna copy this button and I'm gonna paste that button here, and everything else can stay the same. Here I'm gonna say who and who here, and this also changes to who, and this thing changes to something like total guests. If that is equal, that is more than 0, only then we are going to show this. Otherwise it's just going to be add travelers, and in here we're gonna say total guest And if total guests is more than one, we are gonna show the S, otherwise it's just empty. And now let's go here, and this is what we have. I'm just refreshing it once, and now seems like we need to fix a few things here, especially this circle. Let's go here, and after this button here, I'm gonna add search submit button once more. Save it. There you go. This is our button. And here it seems that I misspelled it. It should be FR, not FT. Save it. Let's go here, and this is how it's supposed to look. Wonderful. So we have where, we have when, we have who, and we have also the search button. And now we need to make sure that these things work when we click on them, and also we make sure that these things work. But before that, we need to create this when label here. All right, for this when label, we're gonna go to here above the return statement here. And in here, I'm gonna write something like const when label is equal to use memo. And it's going to be an arrow function. Open that. And now inside that, I'm gonna say if range optional dot from, if that doesn't exist, and range optional dot to also doesn't exist, then we're gonna return something like add dates. What do we have here so far? We have actually when label. Yeah. So are we pulling? Yeah, we are. And then after that here, we're also gonna say if range dot from exists, also range dot to exists, then we're gonna return something like format range dot from, that's going to be mmm and d, right? And we're gonna say here dash add if range dot from and range dot to both are true, then we're gonna say return something like format range dot from here mmmd dash, and then in here again format range dot to mmmd, and that's pretty much it. And then after finally return add dates, and we're going to make sure we have the second argument for the use memo, which is going to be in this case range, as whenever the range changes, this is supposed to change. So right now when we have when label, so let's use that right here. Where do we have when label? Yeah, there you go. And here, let's go here. We have add dates, and once we have our stuff designed, once we have our pop-ups designed for everything, that's gonna, and when we have the functionality to make sure that we can select dates, that's gonna show you the exact real dates. Let's go here. And now after this div and before the closing of this form, we're gonna create a few fields. So let's start with that. We have an input. The type is going to be hidden. Let's give it a name of location, and value is going to be location here. Duplicate it a few times, hidden. Second becomes guests. This also becomes total guests. Then we have this location changes to adults. Here we have adults. This changes to children. Children here. This changes to infants and infants here, right? Then we have input again hidden. Name is going to be check in, and the value is going to be range. If that exists, then dot from, and if that exists, then we're gonna say format range dot from y dash, yeah, 4 times y dash dd. And if that doesn't exist, then simply an empty string. After that input, we need to have another input that is also hidden. Name says check out. Value needs to be range dot to. If that exists, then format, we're gonna say range dot to yy dash capital dash small dd, and then an empty string if that doesn't exist. And that closes our form here, which definitely cannot be seen here because those are hidden. That stuff is basically synced to URL on submit. Homepage server component reads search params, and this is how we are giving the values to that. So after the form here, we're gonna have if active panel is identical to where, then we're gonna do this. We're gonna create a div, class name fixed, inset 0, z20, flex items center, justify center, padding of 4. Then on medium screen size and onward, it's going to be absolute. Also on medium screen size, it's going to be inset auto, and on medium, it's going to be left dash 3 here. Medium, it's going to be top dash custom value, which is 88 pixels. And then on medium screen size, it's going to be block. Also on medium, it's going to be width dash custom value, which is 420 pixels here. Let's open that div. And in here, we're going to have another div, give it some class names, width dash full, max dash width dash md, rounded 3xl. We have border ink 200, bg surface. We have padding of 4. We have shadow of xl. And then we have on medium screen sizes, it's going to be max width none. Open that. Now here, let's create a p tag, give it some classes like margin bottom 2, text sm, font semi bold, text ink 900, and this p tag needs to say popular destinations. If I save it, go here, of course, it's giving us some sort of issues, which all will be fixed. Yeah, so do not worry. As let's say we put null here, so that issue is gone. If we click on where, it it gives you this little information here on the URL, but we do not still the URI still. So let's keep working on that. So after the p tag here, we're gonna have an object, the code block, and then in here it's going to be New York, United States. Let me copy this piece of code from here. Yeah. Then we have Los Angeles, Then we have Miami. Then we have Chicago. Then we have San Francisco. All right. And now to this, we are going to run a map and we're going for each city. And then on that, we are going to have buttons for each. We're going to give it class name. And the class name is going to be block width dash full rounded XL px3 py2 text left text small text ink 700. On hover it's going to be bg ink 100, and the button is going to say name of the city, of course. Also button is going to have a few more things like key. Here is also going to be city. Then type is going to be button, and then also it's going to have an on click. So on click is going to have an arrow function. So let's open that, and in here we're going to say set location is going to be city, as well as we're going to say set active panel to null. I'm going to save it. I'm going to reload my window. Yeah, you might don't need to reload your window here. So set active panel. Yeah, there you go. So one thing that we need to do here is on the where for the desktop. Here we need to add an on click similar to this one. Actually, let's copy this one and I'm gonna paste that here. And this is going to be for when. Actually, this is gonna be for where. Save it. And now if we go to our browser here, if I click on where, there's this, but the system refreshes. That should not be happening. The website refreshes. It shows up, but it refreshes. We need to eliminate the refresh. Let's do that. So let's go to our buttons here, and for that we're gonna say type is button, and this here as well, type is button, and here as well that type is button. As a matter of fact, let's check if we are doing the type button here or not. We are not for the mobile screen, so let's do that there as well. Type button. For this one, type button, and finally for this one, type is button. Now it is not going to submit the form. It is just gonna simply let us use this as button. There you go. Now it is not refreshing. If I click something, there you go, I get to see that there. Wonderful. If I click on add dates, there is something, of course, which is missing. So for the who, there is also something missing, and we need to add them now. So let's go here at the very bottom. So this is the where part, and now we're gonna work on if active panel is identical to when, right? Then this is what we are gonna do. Otherwise it's just gonna be null. So let's get started on that. Let's create a div here, give it some classes like fixed inset 0 z20 flex items center here. Then we have justify center, padding of 4. On medium screen sizes it's going to be absolute. On medium it's going to be inset auto, and on medium it's going to be left 1/2, and on medium again it's going to be top custom value, that is going to be 88 pixels, and then on medium it's going to be block. on medium again, width is going to be min, and then inside here we're gonna say 960 pixels. We're gonna use the calculate method here. We're gonna say 100 viewport width minus 2 rem here, and then after that on medium screen sizes it's gonna be translate x1/2 here, and we also need to add the on click method here. This is going to be set active panel to null when something is clicked, right? So let's reload the window here, and in here let's open that div, create a div here inside class width dash full max dash width dash md here, then max dash height dash, this is going to say calculate, and in here we're gonna say 100 dvh minus 2 rem, and then after that overflow auto, and then we have rounded to 28 pixels here, and we have border, and we have border ink to 100, then we have bg surface, and we have padding of 4, we have shadow xl, on medium screen sizes it's gonna be max width dash none, then on medium it's going to be max height dash none, and on medium it's gonna be rounded xl is going to change to custom value, which is 32 pixels, and then on medium screen sizes it's going to be padding of 5, and we do the on click here, sorry, on click, not on abort, and this is gonna say here, actually I'm gonna say event, so I'm gonna event dot stop propagation, save it, reload window, and yeah, everything is good. All right, yeah, and now in here inside the div we're gonna need a date picker, and that is something that we still need to create. So I'm gonna go here like a date range picker, and that is a component we have not created yet. We are gonna do that in a minute. Date picker, save it, and now if we go here, if I click on when, I get to see this day picker, but this will show all of the dates once we are done with the new component. So let's do that. Let's go to here in the components folder and create a new file, and that is going to be our date dash range dash picker dot tsx. Use client, and then we have add days from datefns, also add months, then we have chevron left from lucid react, we have chevron right from lucid react, then we have use state from react, then we have day picker from react day picker, and we also have type date range, there you go, and then we also have type matcher, and that needs to go there too. Let's actually type matcher. All right, let's create the type here. Date range picker props is equal to this type, and selected, hold on, that is an optional, date range. There you go. On select, range is date range or undefined, and this is gonna return, actually this is not gonna return, this is a void. Disabled matcher and matcher array. Then we have number of months, that's optional, and this is going to be a number. Then we have class name, optional, and this is going to be a string. So that's our type. Now here, export function date range picker, and it's gonna say things like selected, on select, disabled, number of months by default is equal to 2. Then we have class name, which is by default hero-day picker. That's the custom class that we have created in the globals.css file. Then mx-auto, and then we have width-full, and then we have max-width-full. All right. And we're gonna make sure that it is a type of date range picker props, and we open that here. So number of months seems to have some issues here. Number of months here, number of months here. Yeah, there was an issue with the all right. Now in here, const month set month is equal to use state. It's going to be a date, and then if there's selected any value, then from, if that's true, then we're gonna say new date, and it's return. In the return, let's have a div, give it a class name of width-full, and let's open that here, create another div, give it a class name of margin bottom dash 4 flex items dash center justify dash center gap of 2. Open that, and then in here we're gonna say it has a button. Its type is button. Then it has an area label of previous month. Then it has some class names, rounded dash full, border ink 300, padding 2, text ink 700, transition on hover it's going to be bg dash ink dash 100, focus visible it's going to be outline none, and then focus visible it's going to be ring 2, and on focus visible it's gonna be ring dash brand dash 300. And then here we're also gonna have an on click, so we're gonna say set month is going to be previous, and then add months and add previous -1, and I'm forced to reload the window again. I hate this configuration, whatever that is. I just need to fix that, which I will do. All right, let's go to here and add chevron right, and in here let's add class name height-4 and width-4. Save it, And in here, where is that? Yeah, there you go. Let me get that import, and actually no, date range picker. There you go. And let me go down here. Yeah, the issue is that we need selected, on select, all of these things to show in there, and that's what we're gonna do in a minute. Let's go here, and in this file, let's add selected, and the selected is going to be the range. And then we also need on select here, and that is going to be set range. And then number of months is going to be something, if it's desktop viewport, then we're going to show 2, otherwise it's going to be 1. So let's go here and click on when, and this is the only thing that we see so far, and this is going to look great. Hold on, let me refresh. Yeah, it's going to look great once we are done with it, as right now we are only showing just this button, and that is only what's being visible here. This day picker thing needs to be gone, and yeah, that's coming from here. There you go. So this is what we have so far. We need to bring our tables here, our calendars here. So let's do that. So after this button here, we have this div, and after this div here, I'm gonna create a day picker, and that's coming from the library we're using, the package that we're using. It's gonna, the mode for this is going to be range. Then we have selected, then we have on select, and then we have number of months, that is number of months here. This needs to be on select, yeah, this thing. And then we have month is set to month. These, all of these are available here that we are pulling. And then on month change, we need to say set month. Then class name is gonna be using class name of whatever that we end up putting them there inside this here. Next, we're gonna add disabled, and for that we're gonna go for this thing here, an array, and then in here we're gonna say before is going to be add days, new date -1, and then after that we're gonna say dot 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 array dot is array disabled. If that's the case, then we're gonna say disabled, otherwise disabled. And if this whole thing is true, then we're gonna say here disabled, otherwise it's just an empty array. Sorry, this doesn't needs to be chevron left, it needs to be, yeah, there you go. And then after this thing here, we're gonna add exclude disabled. Save it. Let's go here, refresh. If I click on that, so this is what we see, and that needs to be addressed, right? So for that, we're gonna need to add few more things to this, something like class names. Let's open that here, and we're gonna say months, mx-auto, flex-call, items-center, gap of 6. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be flex-row, and gap of 10 as well. Then here we're gonna say on single month. Hold on. Yeah, this doesn't need here. Yeah, it's going to be mx-auto. Save it. Let's go here. And this is what we have so far. Yeah, okay. This needs to be adjusted a little more. So here, I'm going to say nav. That should be hidden. Save it. Let's go here. Those buttons are gone. Right now, the first thing that we need to do is that we want to make sure that we have two columns, we have two calendars here. And for that, let's go here and above the export function, actually not here, but here on where we have this is desktop viewport. So is desktop viewport is here, and above here, I would like to create this use effect. So let's open that. And now in here, const media query is equal to window dot match media. And now in here, I'm gonna say minimum width is 768 pixels, right? And now let's close that. Const sync viewport is equal to an arrow function here. Set is viewport media query dot matches, and then sync viewport. Let's call that function right away. And then after that, media query dot add event listener. We're gonna say change sync viewport. So whenever the media query changes, we are gonna run this function again, and then return an arrow function here, basically media query dot remove event listener, change sync viewport. We're basically resetting it here, and this needs to run on empty state initially just. So now if we go here and click on this one, we get to see two columns, two calendars, right? Now there's one more thing that we need to do. So if we go to our globals.css file here above the very top, now in here, we're gonna need to add import, and it's gonna be react dash day dash picker slash dist slash style.css file. Let's save it. Let's go to our browser here. So there you go. This is how our browser, this is how our calendars looks like now. So I can select like from here to here, which is good, but we only get to see one chevron here. There needs to be two, and that's what needs to be fixed. So if we go here, so this one where we have this previous -1, we're going to need to change this to chevron left, and we're going to need to duplicate this here with chevron right. Hold on, sorry. Chevron right, and this needs to say 1 instead of -1, right? And then yeah, let's go here. There you go. We have up, we can go next, and we can go previous, and this is what we have here. And seems like we need to fix one thing here, that we are showing the start date, and then we are showing this add button here instead of showing the end date. That needs to be fixed. So let's go here on the home search bar, add, there you go, add, there you go. So now, so here basically, if the range exists but the range 2 does not exist, in that case only we showcase this. But if both are available, then we showcase this one. All right, let's go here. So if I, let's add 4, and there's, let's say refresh. Now if I add 22 here, I get to see 22 here as well. And if I There you go, from 22 to 30, and you get to see those dates. Now there's this where, and now we need to work on the who part, right? So let's do that. Let's go to our code here. Let's go down here, and at the very end, after this when, open a code block, and I'm gonna say active panel. If that is identical to who, then we're gonna showcase this, otherwise it's gonna be null. And now open that, have a div, class names, fixed inset 0, z20, flex item center, justify center, padding 4. On medium it's absolute, on medium it's inset auto, and then on medium it's right 3, and also on medium it's top custom value 88 pixels, and then also on medium it's block, and on medium the width is going to be 360 pixels. Let's open that div, and here we have another div. Give it a class name of width dash full. We have max dash width dash empty. Then we have rounded 3xl, border ink 200, bg surface, padding 5, shadow xl, and on medium screen sizes it's going to be max width of none. Let's go inside that div. Actually, before that, the initial div is going to have an on click. So for that, we're gonna say it's going to be set active panel. It's gonna be null, and then this thing is gonna have an on click as well. Hold on. So this thing basically, okay, I'm gonna deal with this later, and I'm gonna skip this for now, and let's go for the this one. And in here we're gonna say event. So event dot stop propagation, and there you go. Save it. I'm gonna reload the window. There you go. And now in here I'm gonna have another div. Give it some class names like flex items dash center, justify between, then we have border bottom, then we have border ink 200, and then we have padding y of 3. Let's go inside, and here we have a div empty which has a p tag that's going to say adults. Class is going to be font dash semi bold, and then we have text ink 900. After this p tag, here we have another p, and that's gonna say ages 13 or above. Class name text small, text ink 500. Save it. Let's go here. If I click on who, I get to see this, which is good, and we're gonna need to bring those buttons here as well. So after this p tag and this empty div tag, we're gonna have a div which is going to have some classes like flex items dash center gap of 3. Go inside, have button which is going to have some classes like height is equal to 8, width is equal to 8, rounded dash full, border ink 300, text ink 700, and we're gonna add an on click on this one, and that is going to be set adults previous math.max 1 previous minus 1. And we also need to say that this type is button, and inside here we're gonna use this minus, this dash. That's just it. Let's have another one here, and before that here you have a span tag here. The span is gonna say adults, which we already have created, and then it's gonna have some classes like width is 5 text dash center, and this is going to say okay. So now once we have the span, now we need to make sure that this changes to plus here, and also this changes to plus here. Let's go here, and this is what we have. Plus, keep on adding, minus, plus, minus. Wonderful, it works great. Now we need to come for this div, then this div, and then this div basically here. And before that here we're gonna have another div tag here. Give it some class names like flex items dash center, justify between, yeah, just like this one. So I'm gonna copy that here, and then in here let's have a div. Actually, I have this better idea, so I'm gonna select this one, duplicate this one. Now this is gonna say children, so ages 2 to 12. 2 to 12, and this is gonna say children here, and these are going to change from set adults to set children, and set children here as well, and everything else can stay the same. Let's go here. We have children here, and we can keep on adding. And there's one thing for the children that we need. We can set it to 0, because for the guest, for the adults, it at least needs to be 1, but for others categories like for children or for infants, it can be 0. So there you go. Now it can be 0, and this cannot go to 0. There has to be at least 1 guest. So yeah, now select this one again, and I'm gonna duplicate it one more time, and this needs to go to say infants, and it's gonna say under 2, set infants here, set infants here, and infants here. Save it. Let's go here. There you go. Now we have 2 here, 2 here, and 1 here. We get to see 5 gets here. So this one, then we have this one, then we have 5 guests, and wonderful. But there's one more thing that we need to add into this. So for this button, for the addition button, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say disabled. And when it's going to be disabled? Well, it's gonna be disabled when infants is, hold on, yeah, when infants is greater than, come on, is greater than or equal to max infants. And what value do we have there? We have only 2. So we can add maximum 2 of infants, no more than that. So now if we go here, let's say you can keep on adding, you can keep on adding, but for this one you cannot. The 2 is the limit. So that's great. Okay, I'm gonna go to the browser and I'm gonna refresh it once. And I'm gonna choose New York here. And from today to 25, and guests are going to be 2 here, 2 here, and 1 here. And I'm gonna click on search just to see if we have, wonderful, we have location New York, United States. We have guests 5, adult 2, children 2, infant 1. We have check-in 2026 5 2022, and checkout is 2026 5/25. And why this there is this 0? Okay, so we have initial checkout, yeah, because there's 1 2 3 4 5 Ys. So I'm gonna get rid of one. There you go. Now I'm gonna come back here, New York, add dates from this to this, guess two here, one here, and I'm gonna click on search. And this is perfect. And now we just need to make sure that we display these values accordingly. Showing stays for, let's search for that in here. I'm gonna go for, yeah, that's not there, home search bar. That should be here. All right. Okay, so in order to display these values, we're gonna need to pull those values from the search params. And let's go here above where are all cards. Yeah, there you go. And now after that here, I'm gonna say const requested guests is equal to number params dot adults, if that exists. Okay, otherwise it's 0, plus it's going to be in number params dot children, otherwise 0, plus number params dot infants, otherwise 0. Or simply what we do is we go for or operator here and we say number params dot guests, and or operator here is 1. Const adults is equal to number params dot adults 0 or 0. Const children number params dot children or 0 here, 0 here. And what am I missing here? Yeah, equal sign here. All right, const infants is equal to number params dot infants 0 or 0. Then here we have const location and label is equal to params dot location, and if that exists, and optionally, then we're going to run the trim, or we're going to say anywhere, right? Then const date label is equal to format date format date range is going to be params dot check in, params dot check out. And this thing here needs to be created. So for that, we're gonna get out of this component here, and in here I'm gonna say function, the name of the function, which is format date range, is gonna take a check in, which is going to be a string. It's also going to take a check out, which is also going to be a string. Let's open that. And now in here, we're going to say if check in doesn't exist or check out doesn't exist, we return anytime. right? Then const start is equal to new date check in, and const end is equal to new date check out. And if number is not, hold on, dot is not a number, start dot get time, or number dot is not a number, is not a number, and dot get time. In both of these cases, return any time, and then from here we're gonna return something like format. Start is going to be MMM, then date, and then a dash here, and in here we're gonna say format end MMMD here. This needs to be comma. And that's pretty much it for this. And that is exactly what we are using here. And now there are a few more variables that we need to create. So const guest parts is equal to an array of strings, which is equal to, sorry, not equal to here, but it's a type, which is a string here, array here. And then if adults are more than 0, then guest parts dot push. We're gonna say adult, and if adults, hold on, if adults is more than 1 here, then we're gonna have s, otherwise we're gonna not have s. That's pretty much it for this one. So if children is more than 0, then we're gonna say guest parts dot push, and in here we're gonna say children child here, and here we're gonna say if children is more than 1, then we're gonna add 1 at the end of child. That's gonna be children, otherwise it's gonna be an empty. All right, and if infants is more than 0, we're gonna say guest parts dot push. We're gonna say here that infant, and in here we're gonna say infants is more than 1. If that is more than 1, then we're gonna say s, otherwise it's an empty string. And finally here const guests label is equal to guest parts dot length. If that is more than 0, then we're gonna say guest parts dot join. We're gonna join with a comma. Yeah, otherwise it's gonna say, let's have template literals here and open that block. So requested guests guest, we're gonna say requested guests. If that is more than 1, then we end up adding s, otherwise we don't. Just like that. And we need to add this thing here. And that's pretty much it. And now we need to display all of these things there, like location label, date label, and guest label. So for that, guests label, dates label, and location label. Save it. Let's go here. There you go. We have two adults, two children, one infant, May 22 to May 28, New York. And if I change the Los Angeles, change date from, let's say, 14 to 17 of next month, guest one, two here, one here, one here, search, and that should change one, two adults, one child, one infant, and wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now we need to make sure that whatever filters we have selected here, including the categories, that should reflect here, and these should be filtered based on our selected filters. So let's go to our code editor here, and I'm gonna go out of this component here. Actually, yeah, after this type unified card, and I'm gonna say function group by city, and it's going to take cards, unified card, an array of unified cards basically. Now in here I'm going to go for const is equal to grouped is equal to new map. It's going to be a string and unified card array. And of course, yeah. Now for const card of cards. Now const list is equal to grouped dot get card dot city, and then empty array list dot push card grouped dot set card dot city here, and for the second argument we're gonna say list, and then finally we're gonna return array dot from grouped dot entries, and then in here we're gonna say map, and we're going for city and hold on, city and items actually, and then in here we're gonna go for an arrow function. Of course, inside that we have city and items. Right, that's pretty much it for this group by city. Now let's go down here, and yeah, at this point const grouped cards is equal to group by city, and we're gonna put these limited cards there inside that. And now we need to make sure that we filter our things based on the grouped cards. So we have this grid here, and actually there's one more thing that we need to create, that is here on the very top. Let's go create const has location search is equal to, this is going to be a boolean, and it's gonna check for params dot location, and if that exists then it's gonna trim that, and it's gonna return true or false. So now, all right, let's come down here. Has any filter, then yeah, where this section ends, let's come down here and you go for unified cards dot length. If that is identical to 0, in that case we are doing this, and in another case we are doing this. So in this case I'm gonna do section class name is going to be, sorry, margin top is going to be 10, and on medium screen sizes it's going to be margin top is going to be 8. Open that, and now inside that let's have a p tag, give it some classes like text ink 600, and we're gonna say no stays match your current filters try adjusting destination, dates, or guest count. And now basically inside here, now in here we're going to create an empty fragment here, and inside that I'm going to go for if has location search. If basically there is something that already has been searched, means there are filters, then basically we are doing this, and otherwise we are doing this. So this otherwise, where there is no search, that is basically going to display this whole thing. So I'm going to grab this section from here, what we already have, and I'm going to put this there. And inside, hold on. Okay, just a second. Let me do undo in here, and yeah, okay, copy that. I'm gonna get rid of that from here, and I'm gonna put that here. And inside here, this thing here, I'm gonna go for example, something like, for now I'm gonna go for a section simply, and let's save everything so it can format it properly. And that's pretty much it. So now if I go here, I get to see nothing here. And if I get rid of everything, we have this one. So basically we already have uh, what we had before, but now when there is something selected, we need to make sure that results are being displayed based on that. So let's do that. And actually here inside this section here, class name, there's going to be margin top of 10 space y10. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be margin top of 8. Medium screen size is going to be space y9. Then in here, we're going to go for grouped cards dot map group. Let's return here, and it's going to be a div, and that div is basically is going to be here, this thing. So I'm gonna grab this from here. I'm gonna put it here, save it, and I'm gonna need to update the text here. That is going to be top stays in group dot city. Save it. I'm gonna go here. There you go. Top stays in New York, Los Angeles, and that. Okay, awesome. Now we're gonna need to showcase this grid, this exact grid. I'm gonna copy this from here to here, and I'm gonna display it after this div here. And there are of course a few things that needs to be adjusted. That would be, there's this group dot items dot slice. We're gonna say from 0 to 16, and on that we're running this map. We have item and index, everything else is the same. And what error do we have here? Expression have one parent element. Okay, and that would be, I'm gonna get this one and this one. So I'm gonna select this thing from here to this thing. Let's have a div here and give it a key of group dot city, and put those, paste those here inside that. Let's go back here. So this is what we have for New York, for Los Angeles, for Miami, for Chicago. All of those have been divided now. So I'm gonna go for New York, 22 to 28, two guests, search. And of course, since we only searched for the New York, so the others should not be displayed, and we will be working on that. So when basically we have searched, it is displaying all of the sections for all of the cities. That should not be happening. We should display only the section that is relevant to our searched. So for that, we're gonna go to here and we're gonna go for this unified cards. Let's search for that. And this is where we defined it. And now in here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go for something like const by location is equal to params dot location, and if that is available, then I'm gonna say card dot city, yeah, city dot to lower case, and then dot includes. I'm gonna search for params dot location dot to lower case. All right, and otherwise it's gonna be true. So there's that. And in here, finally, at the end, I'm gonna and by location, or let's put that first actually. It doesn't matter actually, but since that's first here. All right, and here I'm gonna go for something like const by guests is equal to card dot max guests is greater than or equal to requested guests. There you go. And then I'm gonna also by guests, I'm gonna add that here too. So now we have an issue that is something here, requested guests. Yeah. We need to make sure that these requested guests are defined here instead. Awesome. And now let's go here, and you can already see that all of other sections are gone. And if I search for Los Angeles and search, you can see we can only get to see only Los Angeles and Miami. But there is one issue here though. That issue is that when we search, it is no longer showing us what was searched, while we already have all of this information here, and we are not displaying that after it is already has been searched. So we need to fix that too. Let's make sure that we see our selected entries here, and for that let's go to our code editor and let's find our home. Yeah, there you go, home search bar. And in here, what do we need to add? Well, there are initial adults, right? So for that, we're gonna go for params dot adults, and before that actually I'm gonna go for initial location here. So params dot location, then we have initial guests, so params dot guests, and then in here I'm gonna go for initial children, params dot children. We have initial infants. We have params dot initial, sorry, infants here. Save it, and then in here we have initial check-in, and for that we're gonna go for params dot check-in. We have initial check-out. We're gonna go for params dot check out. Save it. Let's go here, and now click on that, refresh one time. New York 2022 2026, and there you go. Search, you get to see everything here now. Wonderful. And now let's test our categories here. Let's click on one, and yes, we see that, but there you go. It shows you that topics across the United States, and it also has gotten rid of all of your params from here. It is still there, but that's gone from the URL, and it is showing generic. If you search again, though, it's in the from the New York, and you get to see everything here. But if you pick up any category, it resets it. So that needs to be fixed. And for that, we're gonna go for something like category items. There you go. So right now we have this. We are only preserving category, right? So after this label here, what we're gonna do is open another code block, and in here params dot location. If that is available, then we're gonna do this. We're gonna use an ampersand operator, location, and that is going to be encode URI component, and it's going to be params dot location. And after this, it's going to be an empty string. So if that's the case, then this is how we go. And after that, we're going to go for another code block. It's going to be params dot guests. If that is available, then we go for another template literal, add ampersand there, and we go for guests is equal to another code block, and in here we write encode URI component, which is going to go for something like params dot guests, right? And let me save it for once, and seems like we have an error. Let me get rid of this thing here, and we have an error. Okay, hold on. So category, this is being closed here, and then this is being closed here, or probably this is because after this I'm gonna need to add an empty string. Yeah, that was the reason, of course. And this whole syntax kind of, it can be kind of confusing, so you just kind of need to follow for that. And in here I'm gonna start another code block that is going to target params dot adults. So if there are adults, then we are doing this, otherwise it's just an empty. And inside this we are going for ampersand adults is equal to code block, and this code block contains encode URI component and params dot adults. Simple. And then after here we're gonna go for another one, and that's going to be for params dot children. If that is available, we're going for this. If not, then it's an empty string. So inside here, ampersand, and then we go for something like children, and then in here encode URI component, and you go for simply params dot children. And then after that, here once more you go for another code and block, and then inside here I'm going to go for params dot infants. If that is available, then it's template literal, otherwise it's an empty string. So in here ampersand, and then we go for infants, and we go for another code block, encode URI component. There you go. And in here we go for params dot infants. There you go. And after this one here, once again, we're gonna need to go for params dot check in. If that is available, it's a template literal, otherwise it's an empty string. So in the case of availability, we go for ampersand, and we go for check in is equal to a code block, which is going to be encode URI component, and it's going to be params dot check in. And after that, here another code block, of course, params dot check out. If that is available, it's an template literal, otherwise it's an empty string. And in here it's an ampersand is equal to check out. Sorry, here. Now in here we're going to write something like encode URI component, and this is going to be params dot check out. Sorry, check out. Yeah, something like that. And I guess that's pretty much it. So now if we go here, let's go here. I'm gonna, yeah, New York, that search. There you go. So now if I click on this thing here, you get to see this whole new link here. If I click on scenic views, no stays match. Beachfront, no. Guest, no. Cabins, no. Countryside, no. No, no, no. There seems to be something, there seems to be an error. Okay. So add location, New York. And then, yeah, I guess we are missing an ampersand here. Hold on. So for the adults, yeah, this needs to be an ampersand, not that. Ampersand, ampersand, ampersand here. Okay, let's go back here. Do it one more time. And that, and search. And let's go for this one. There you go. Now we have one specific only from the New York in the United States that has scenic views. Then beachfront, this one, and this one probably doesn't have none. And let's clear filter, and that's going to clear everything. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Let's go to the code editor here, and right now we're gonna need to actually, let's go to the browser. We're gonna need two things here basically. First of all, we need to implement the functionality to, let's say when somebody already has booked some dates for a specific property, other user should not be able to book the same property for the same dates. So there should be that restriction, which we will do now. But of course the booking is going to happen on the property page, which we have not created yet, but there is some foundation that needs to be laid on the home page. So we're going to do that. Second thing is, right now there's no way for us to go to the property page itself. There's just this hashtag, and we're going to need to work on that. So here I'm going to go to the top before the return statement here. Actually, yeah, here. Then, yeah, let's do that here. So I'm going to write something like function is range available, and that's going to be a function which is going to take a few parameters here. So available dates is going to be an array of strings. Then we have check in, which is going to be optional, and that's going to be string as well. Check out is also optional, and then we open the code block for the function. So if check in is not available, or check out is also false, then we return true for this one, right? And in that case, when dates are available, and then in that case we're going to say const start is equal to new date check in, and const end is equal to new date check out. All right, and then in here, if number dot is not a number, start dot get time, or actually hold on. Yeah, I need to put this here, and then in here inside the if statement here, or number dot is not a number, and we're gonna say we're gonna get end dot get time. If that is the case, either that or that, actually let's add one more, or and is less than the start date. I mean, the user is picking, let's say if he wants to come to the property on 22nd and he's supposed to go obviously 1, 2, or a few more days later, but if he gets the checkout date first and gets the check-in date later, then of course that's the issue, right? So in that case as well, we're gonna return true. And then let's come down here, const requested is equal to, and here basically we're going to write a function. So build date range inclusive. It's going to take a start argument and an end argument, and this is not done yet. We're going to do that in a minute, just hold on. So if available dates are dot length is identical to 0, in that case as well we're going to return true. And then const md set is equal to new set, open that and go inside here, available dates dot filter, and get a date here. And we're gonna need to do basically a few things. I'm gonna give you this code here that you can write, and it's gonna be this, right? It's a regex code. So, and then finally test D, and then on that you can copy that code from the git repo, and then dot map, and in here we're gonna say D again, arrow function, D dot slice, and here we add 5. All right, and now we need to make sure that this function exists, and actually before that we need to return requested dot every, hold on, yeah, requested dot every, and it's going to take a date, then md set dot has d dot slice 5 here. And now let's come up here, and here we're gonna say function build date range inclusive, and we're gonna say start, which is going to be a date, end, which is also going to be a date. These are types basically. And now in here we're gonna say const dates is going to be a string of arrays, hold on, yeah, is equal to an empty array. And then const cursor is equal to new date start. Cursor means where the user is pointing right now, actually what user has selected. So here while cursor is less than or equal to end, in that case we're gonna dates dot, hold on, dates dot push cursor dot to iso string, that's going to be a function, and then on that dot slice 0 10, and also cursor dot set date is going to be cursor dot get date +1 simply. And if that's not the case, then we simply return dates. That's just it. So this function goes here. So build date range inclusive. Yeah, double I here. Yeah, copy that. Yeah, that's there. So that is for that. And eventually, basically, this whole thing is going to be used most importantly on the property page, which we are going to do after we're done with the home page. And there's one important thing in order to do that, and that is linking the cards. All right, let's go to the function here, home page, and in here, after the params here, actually, before that has any filters, let's do that. So we're gonna write something like const build listing href is equal to listing id, which is going to be a string. This is going to be an arrow function. And what is that going to do is simply it's gonna return slash listing slash, and in here it's gonna give us that listing id. Simple. It's just that. Let's copy this one from here and let's go to our cards. Yeah, not here. And yeah, there you go. This is our card. So on this moment here, I'm gonna get rid of that and let's use build listing href. That's gonna take item.id. That, and let's keep moving here. Item.id that. Do we have anything else here? I guess not. Okay, let's go to the browser and see what do we have. We do get the link here, which is nice. Okay, awesome, perfect. So if I'm gonna click on this one, I should be redirected to the property page, which I do, but we do not have the property page yet. So if I click on this one, hold on, let me refresh. Let me do a hard reload. Sometimes you're gonna need to do that. So here, yeah, click on that. That's there. Click on that. The 3 is there. Awesome. It's working. Let's check the other ones. And yeah. Okay, so Los Angeles. And from here to here, guest 2, search. Then I'm gonna go for this one, LA2. There you go. Awesome. It's working wonderfully. And now basically we are supposed to create the home page is not done yet, and the reason for that is, let's suppose I'm going to tell you this. Let's suppose that we already have selected location is Los Angeles, and we're going to have 2 guests, which 2 of them are adults, children are none, infants are none, check-in is this date, checkout is that date, everything is here. But the moment we go to the property, everything just goes away even when the property page is done. So we're gonna need a system. So whatever settings, whatever dates, whatever guests we have selected on the home page, so when we go to the property, we are already preserving all of those custom values that we just put in for the customer. So he already have those on the property page automatically instead of doing that again. So that's a kind of user experience I would like to implement in here. And for that, we're gonna need to do some stuff here on, just give me a moment. Return, where is that? Yeah, there you go. We're gonna need to add some things here. And also we're gonna need to add from some things from the search query, of course, and that is going to go from using the params is going to go in here, but that later. We're going to do that once we have done our properties page, not completely done, but once we have some content to show there.